Welcome to Car Shield Field, second of 3 games this beautiful day today here on early July with Shane Holsey, myself, Will Connerly, and Charlie Bornoff with us. Cornbelters Cavemen coming up. And it's a beautiful day for baseball, Shane. It's hot out here.
It's a hot one.
It is hot.
Heat index upwards of 100 degrees.
Ben Prywich is the pitcher on the mound. The left-hander, former Parkway Central Colt graduate, now at Maryville University. And the hitter in the box starting things off is number 24, Tate Matheny, playing center field. We'll take you around the horn for the Cavemen. Ben Prywich on the mound. His battery partner is Chase Gibson, who he throws the second pitch upstairs for ball number 1. Around the horn, Brennan Claus, Connor Kiffer, Mitch Daniels, Colin Turnbow in left, Zach Floyd in center, Tyler Headcamp in right. Andy Bunton is at short as Matheny swings through that pitch. Up at the zone, Jimmy Obertop on deck as we take you through the Cornbelters order. Brandon Nolian in the hole. Josh Cook, Carter Mize, Drew Mize, and then to round out the order, Spencer Nivens, Will Menendez, and DJ Schmidt. The pitcher on the other side for the Cornbelters will be Ben Kolowski. So the battle of two Bens tonight, Ben Kolowski and Ben Prywich. Which Ben will prevail, only time will tell, but Ben Prywich is working with Chase Gibson against the powerful leadoff hitter Tate Matheny. He swings through that pitch. So now the count swells up to 3 balls and 2 strikes to lead off this ball game on a hot evening. We call it hot. It's even hotter on that turf.
That's, I would imagine, over 100 degrees on that turf. It's about 90 ambient temperature. Feels like around 100.
Pitch missed upstairs, and Matheny reaches on the free pass to start this game. Matheny, a great player, playing minor league baseball, highly touted prospect in the St. Louis area, from the St. Louis area. Now playing in the Red Sox organization, very successful baseball player. New addition recently to the Car Shield Collegiate League, playing on Joey Hawkins' squad. And now Jimmy Obertop is at the plate, takes the first pitch for a ball 1. Obertop had a nice day at the plate. The other day hit a home run, which is big for the Cornbelters, who have won 2 straight games. They're 2-1. Prywich misses upstairs with that pitch as well to make it 2 balls and no strikes to the powerful Michigan Wolverine. As Chase Gibson will have some words with Prywich to start off this game. He had a 3-ball count to Matheny and then eventually lost him. And now 2 straight balls to Obertop. You don't want to fall behind to these Cornbelters hitters because a lot of them have shown they can punish baseballs. Tate Matheny, Jimmy Obertop, Carter Mize, Drew Mize, Josh Cook, Brandon Nolian, the hitter on deck. They all have some great pop.
One of the deeper, more balanced lineups you'll see in this league. You got power, you got speed, you got contact guys up and down the lineup. This is a very long Cornbelters lineup.
Prywich delivers the pitch, and the umpire doesn't give him that pitch. A little outside, a little low, as Chase Gibson relays that back to Will Bradley, and the Caveman dugout asked him where that pitch was, and Gibson confirmed it was a little low as Obertop swings through that fastball. So now it's 3 balls and a strike, 1 runner on, and Tate Matheny, who led off this ball game, reaching via the free pass.
Hey, 3-0, first inning. Might as well take a hack.
Swung through that pitch as well. Nice job by Prywich.
That pitch looked way outside, but where that ball started, it was right on the outside corner when Obertop started his swing, and by the time the swing got through the zone, it was about 4 or 5 inches outside.
Runner takes off in Matheny. Throw down by Gibson, but Matheny will swipe second base. That Stolen Base is brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA. The Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility as Tate Matheny swipes second base on the Jimmy Obertop strikeout. A solid throw by Gibson, but Matheny had a great jump and got in there safely.
A lot of coaches will teach when there's a left-handed pitcher on the mound, go on first movement. Don't wait to see if he's going home or not. Just take off as soon as that leg comes off the ground.
That ball's belted to right. That's going to be a run. Great stroke by Olean, so Cornbelters go on top to start off this game in the top of the first inning. Cornbelters 1-0. They have the lead. Matheny leads off the game with a walk, comes around to Scullion double.
Olean had a very strong start to the season. At Umsel scuffled a little bit after reaching base safely his first 5 games, and then kind of fell off from there. Still a 300 hitter for the Tritons, a very talented left-handed bat.
That pitch missed outside. Now in the box, Josh Cook. Josh Cook has showcased his power here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. And if he shows it more, got a runner in scoring position. Looking to extend the lead as it's 1-0 for the Cornbelters. Called strike as the bender gets in the zone.
Prywich is going to need that pitch if he can get out of this.
Good block by Gibson. As the southpaw in a little trouble. Led off the game, issuing a free pass to Tate Matheny. Struck out Obertop. But Matheny reached on the stolen base and then ultimately scored and traded places with Brandon Olean, who had a double, an RBI double. Well, a 2-2 count. After the swing and a miss from Josh Cook. Prywich comes set, takes a peek at Olean, and delivers the breaking ball. That gets away from Prywich, so now 3 balls and 2 strikes as the count ran full to now the second hitter in this inning. They're making Prywich work for these outs as he just has one with a runner on second. Here facing his 4th batter in the top of the first inning. Cornbelters already have plated 1 run. Prywich delivers the full count. Strike 3 on the corner. Big pitch by Prywich, now just 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning with just 1 run after walking the first hitter of the game, Tate Matheny, and giving up a double to Brandon Olean, the left fielder. Stepping into the box, Carter Mize, who had the day off yesterday. So he back into the lineup playing first base. So a couple strikeouts for Prywich, 1 swinging, 1 looking, and now 2 away with a runner on second, Olean. A good breaking ball, but it's taken for ball 1. Broke right into the zone. As Prywich is working from the third base side of the rubber, looking in to get the signs from Gibson. The 1-0 pitch awaits. Called on the black for strike 1, so 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 away. Here on a hot day at Car Shield Field, even hotter on that turf. The beautiful turf here at Car Shield Field, a jam-packed day of baseball.
It's going to be hot all week. We're into the dog days of summer. Right in the thick of the Midwest heat. It's gonna feel like July throughout pretty much this whole month.
That ball's hit to left field. Under it is Turbo, and he catches it for the 3rd out of the inning. Cornbelters score 1 off Prywich on the double from Olean, and it's 1-0. We send it to the bottom frame of the first inning next on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Code Ninjas O'Fallon is located on the Deerberg Shopping Center at Deer Creek Crossing, 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon at the intersection of Highway K and N. Kids ages 7 to 14 will learn how to code by building small video games with the help of our sensei instructors. They will start at white belt to go all the way to black belt. Go in there today for a free 30-minute session and try it out. Kids have fun. Parents see results. Call 636-851-9634. That's Code Ninjas O'Fallon. Kids have fun. Parents see results. On the mound, Ben Kolowski, the starting pitcher, Webster University player. And the right-hander gets the nod from Joey Hawkins for the Cornbelters, who are on a 2-game winning streak. In the box is Zach Floyd. And we'll run you through the Cavemen order, who are 1 and 2 on this young season. Floyd, Turnbow, Daniels, Kiffer, Deal, Gibson, and Claus, Headcamp, and Bunton will round it out. We'll take you around the horn momentarily. As Kolowski delivers the pitch, and it's fouled away to the right side. We'll do it now. So Josh Cook is behind the dish with Kolowski on the mound. That's the battery tonight for the Cornbelters. Menendez at third, Nivens at short, Mize. We'll have to give you the first names on these. Drew Mize at second and Carter Mize at first. DJ Schmidt is in right field, Tate Matheny in center, and Brandon Olian in left, who had that RBI double for the first Cornbelter run as they lead 1-0. Two balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter for the Cavemen, Zach Floyd. We'll do it again, fouled away down the left field line and out of play. Colin Turnbow on deck hitting second in this order as the center fielder has a 2-2 count against Kolowski. And it will plunk Zach Floyd. So Zach Floyd will reach on the hit by pitch. And now Colin Turnbow comes into the box. And Colin Turnbow's shown us he's got some power. Hit that home run earlier this week as we're in this first week of Car Shield Collegiate League action. This week really starts the first full week as the first pitch is in there for strike 1, so no balls and a strike to the left fielder, Colin Turnbow. Runner at first is Zach Floyd, who led off this inning, hitting first at the top of the order for Will Bradley and the Cavemen. Will Bradley in the Los Angeles Angels organization coaching. Joey Hawkins, likewise, the St. Louis Cardinals. A couple of pro ball coaches. And a couple of Bens facing off against each other as well. The right-handed pitcher, Ben Kolowski, on the mound against the lefty, Ben Prywich. For the Cavemen, who surrendered a run in the top of the first inning to the Cornbelters off of the hands of a Brandon Olian double, which drove in Tate Matheny, who led off the inning with a walk. This ball's popped up in foul territory, and Mize will come to get it. For the first down, now the 3-hole Mitch Daniels comes to the plate.
As soon as that ball was in the air, Carter Mize calling for that ball all the way. That's kind of in between he and the catcher, Josh Cook. But if the first baseman can get to that ball, that's his ball all the way. Carter Mize recognized it, called it right away. Makes that play a heck of a lot easier.
This ball's hit towards center field. Backtracking on it is Matheny. He's not going to get to it. It goes all the way to the wall, and Daniels gets to second, and now they're sending the runner home. Zach Floyd, he dives home, and the score is tied as the RBI double from Mitch Daniels nods this game up 1-1. Getting action in both the top and bottom half of the first inning with RBI doubles, first with Olean and the Cornbelters, and now Mitch Daniels gets one that goes to center field over the head of Tate Matheny. And Mitch Daniels is on second with an RBI double. Good piece of hitting, and now that brings up Connor Kiffer. Goes around on the first offering from Kowalski, so no balls and a strike with one down.
Takes a lot to get it over Tate Matheny's head. You got to really put a jolt into one, and Daniels did just that. Hardly got a chance to introduce him, and he ropes a double to center field. Both those doubles coming on the first pitch of the at-bat.
Kowalski comes set and delivers the pitch. Called for a strike. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Connor Kiffer, the second baseman. The designated hitter, Caden Deal, on deck as Kowalski looking to strand the runner as he has one away. This ball is hit to the left side and out of play. The Webster University product, Ben Kowalski, wears number 11 for the Cornbelters, pitching out here on this hot day at CarShield Field. Shane Holsey alongside Will Connerly here for CarShield Collegiate League action. We're all knotted at 1. Each team has had a pair of RBI doubles. As this ball is popped up right to Kowalski, and he'll easily corral that for the second out. Now Kowalski will be 1 pitch away from stranding the runner at second base. Mitch Daniels, who had the RBI double to plate the run and equalize the game for the Cavemen, driving in Zach Floyd, who was hit by pitch to lead off the game. So both batters for each respective squad to lead off their frame reached on a free pass, one in the form of a hit by pitch and the other in the form of a walk. And then later, we're both driven in by RBI doubles, and we're tied at 1-1 here in the bottom of the first inning. Cornbelters and Cavemen, glad you're joined here with us on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Kowalski gets Deal to swing through the fastball. Placed nicely on the corner. Good arm side action on that one from Kowalski.
Something unusual you might have noticed on that pop-up. As soon as that ball went in the air, Kowalski tossed his hat to the side. Not sure if that's a comfort thing. I've never seen a pitcher on a pop-up toss the hat aside, almost like you'd see a catcher toss the mask on a pop-up. It didn't. It looked intentional. It didn't look like it just fell off. Maybe it was already falling off. He just wanted to toss it to the side.
Yeah, it's a good
unusual.
point. But it did work, and the ball goes right back to him, and he'll take it himself. So Kowalski strands the runner. We're knotted at 1. Send it to the second next on CarShield Collegiate League TV. This inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap, metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996. Drew Mize, Spencer Nivens, Will Menendez will lead things off here in the second inning for the Cornbelters. On the mound for another inning of work is Ben Prywich. And the southpaw is set, surrendered to RBI double in the top of the first inning and allowed the Cornbelters to get a couple hits. One hit that was, as he led off the inning with a walk from Matheny. Struck out Obertop, but then surrendered the RBI double from Brandon Olean. Hitting in the 3-hole. It was 1-0 as Prywich's breaking ball misses low. To Drew Mize, who was almost the player of the night, but ultimately didn't win in that poll that you fans vote on Twitter. But
Appreciate everybody that voted.
Did have a great night nonetheless, 3 for 3 with a triple and a double. Had a nice night. Pitch missed upstairs, and Drew Mize will reach on 4 balls. The free pass is issued again by Prywich to lead off the inning. So Drew Mize, just like Tate Matheny did in the top of the first inning, will find himself on first base to lead things off. Already putting pressure on Prywich, who threw a lot of pitches under stress in the first inning after leading that inning off with a walk. This ball is chopped towards the right side, but now a race to the bag by Mitch Daniels completely lays out on his chest and makes a great play to get the out at first base. Great athleticism right there from the first baseman to dive to the bag and get there. It looked like he was running out of time, but made the sacrifice for his body, laid it all out there to get the out. So now 1 down, and Will Menendez in the box. As Spencer Nivens gets retired by chopping it towards the first base side, and Mitch Daniels with a nice play to dive over there and get there before Nivens could.
Nivens, excellent speed. And Daniels knows it, so he knew he had to hurry. A little too much time for Prywich to get over to the bag, so it was all on Daniels and just a race to the bag. It was really, really close, but Daniels wins it, albeit by a narrow margin. Outs and out, any way you get it, though.
Especially when you start the inning off with a free pass. You want to limit that damage,
but for a right-handed first baseman, that's a tough throw to second base. Daniels might have had time to get Mize at second base, but Mize runs pretty well too. So if you're Daniels, just take the out, take what you can get. 1 out's better than none. That's simple math.
So Menendez in the box, the third baseman. 2 balls and a strike. Prywich delivers, and a swing and a miss from Menendez, so now 2 strikes. Prywich, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 runner on, who represents the go-ahead run in Drew Mize. Led off this inning, getting on, reaching base via the bases on balls. So 2-2 count as Prywich comes set, gets his sign from Gibson, and delivers the pitch. This ball's hit towards the right side. Another play to Daniels. This time he'll flip it over to Prywich, and Prywich was there in time going to cover the bag. So the left-hander now has a runner at third base but 2 outs, and will try to strand him. And DJ Schmidt, the 9th spot in the lineup, will come up, and the left-handed outfielder has an opportunity with any base hit to give the Cornbelters the lead here in the top of the 2nd inning. So runner at third, Drew Mize, here in a 1-1 ball game in the top of the 2nd inning.
Missouri Baptist well represented in this Cornbelters lineup. Josh Cook will be heading there this fall. Carter Mize is already a prominent member of the Spartans, and DJ Schmidt as well.
The 0-1 pitch from Prywich. DJ Schmidt thought about it, but he held up on that breaking ball. The Cornbelters here in a tied game. The last time these two teams met, it was a very close matchup, Shane. The first game in Car Shield Collegiate League history, as that ball goes to the backside but takes a favorable bounce back. But Gibson couldn't get there before the run went across, so now the Cornbelters have the lead 2-1 here in the top of the 2nd inning after the wild pitch.
Gibson kind of got tangled up with the home plate umpire. Might have had a chance to get the runner at the plate, but just an unfortunate. There's nothing really you can control. The catcher's turn around. He doesn't really know where the umpire is, and he just ran right into him. And there's nothing, no harm on neither side. It's just coming together at the wrong time.
And now the Cornbelters have a 2-1 lead. DJ Schmidt in the box with a 2-ball, 2-strike count with 2 away. And Drew Mize, good base running allows him, and good just baseball allows the Cornbelters to have Drew Mize score. When you get the inning started with a leadoff walk, you are going to score most of the time. And although it followed with a Nivens ground out and a Menendez ground out, Mize was able to advance on both of those outs, and now you put pressure on the pitcher. One mistake, and it's a run scored, and that was the case with the heads-up play from Mize being a great leadoff hitter as that ball's fouled away by DJ Schmidt. Tate Matheny is on deck, and the Cornbelters have tallied a run in the top of the 1st and now tallied another in the top of the 2nd and have a 2-1 lead over the Cavemen. Here on a hot night at Car Shield Field. Prywich delivers the 3-2. And we'll do it again. Another full count foul ball for DJ Schmidt. Having himself a good at-bat. Handling the lumber nicely. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away here on the top of the 2nd. Another foul ball. This time it hits off the catcher, Chase Gibson. He signals to the dugout that he's good. A lot of times those foul balls can get clipped by the catchers or the umpires, and they obviously don't feel good at all. And
we had an instance of that in game number 1, the very first inning. Braden Spar took a foul ball off his throwing hand, finished the inning, but was eventually replaced the next inning. That looked like that caught Gibson in a more well-protected area.
And another foul ball for Schmidt, having a nice at-bat regardless of the result of this at-bat. He's made Prywich work much more. And Prywich, to his credit, you could say, limited runs to just 1 here in the 1st inning, and here in the 2nd so far, just 1 with 2 outs and a full count, just 1 pitch away, despite having many heavy counts, many pitches thrown through just 2. That pitch is DJ Schmidt has himself a single to center field. So the long at-bat pays off for DJ Schmidt as he eventually finds something he can drive to the outfield. And he does it there.
That's exactly what you want out of your 9-hole hitter. Work a solid at-bat, and if you can mix in a base hit, you can do just that. Kyle Franklin in game 1, or you can just go yard like Kyle Franklin did out of the 9-hole. Sometimes they call that the second leadoff hitter.
Yeah, and a couple that's prevalent for both teams. Andy Bunton's proven to be a pretty solid double leadoff for the Cavemen as well, but the Cavemen need to get off the mound to go hit, and they can't do that until Prywich can retire this third out, and that's a tall task. And now as the lineup card is flipped over to the top of the order, and Tate Matheny is at the box. So Tate Matheny steps into the box with 2 away. The runner on first is DJ Schmidt. Had a long at bat. The count was 3-2, fouled off 3 balls, and then eventually got a single to center field. Called strike 1. Prywich bends the ball into the strike zone for strike 1. St. Louis native Tate Matheny takes the next pitch, and they'll call that one a ball. As Prywich went back to the breaking ball on 0-1. Now 1 ball, 1 strike, and 2 away. That breaking ball missed upstairs. They go 3 straight breaking balls to Tate Matheny.
Understandably so.
As the center fielder played in AAA with the Boston Red Sox. In his career in the minor leagues, he's had 484 games. As he swings through that pitch, throwing down, and DJ Schmidt swiping second base, now getting in scoring position for Matheny, who, like we said, has played 484 games, has had 444 hits in the minors, has hit .251 career. In the minor leagues with 22 home runs, 17 triples, and 88 doubles. You can understand why you want to pitch with caution to Matheny. Went to Missouri State, drafted in the 4th round in 2015 by the Boston Red Sox. That ball's missed low as Matheny now has another 3-ball, 2-strike count, just like he did to lead off the ball game when he reached and then came around to score in the top of the 1st inning. We'll see what the 26-year-old can do here. Minor league ball player, like we mentioned, a lot of hype around the name. Very successful, a ton of pop, and great defender as well. He fouls that ball out of play.
It's already the 6th 3-ball count Prywich has been in.
He's
Just a couple of free passes.
Just here in the first 2 innings. He's completed 1 2/3, looking for that 3rd out here in the top of the 2nd inning. But DJ Schmidt prolonged this inning with a great at-bat, and now the count is full to Matheny. And he swings through that pitch. It's what's upstairs, and Matheny is retired on strikes. But the Cornbelters add 1 and take the lead. Drew Mize walked and came around to score as it's 2-1 Cornbelters. We send it to the bottom of the 2nd on Car Show Collegiate League TV. This inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mechatronics recycler since 1996. Kolowski's first offering is fouled away to the left side. Chase Gibson in the box. He's the catcher for the Cavemen. The Cavemen are 1-2 on the season. And the Cornbelters are 2-1. They've won 2 straight games, and they've made a couple of additions that when you look at their roster, it looks really dangerous pitching-wise, and also it looks very dangerous on the offensive end as well. The Cavemen won the first game of the season 6-5 over these Cornbelters. So here in the rematch.
First rematch we've had.
Yes, the two teams met on July 1st on that Wednesday, but now here on the 6th on a hot Monday night, two teams meet again, and it was a close game. 6-5 was the final. But the Cavemen led 6-3 going into that final inning. Cornbelters played it a couple of runs and had opportunities to come back in that game, or had the opportunity in that final at bat. But the game was ultimately put away and won by the Cavemen. Chase Gibson reaches on the single. Nice piece of hitting from Gibson to bring in Claus. So Brendan Claus up. Ben Kolowski throws a fastball, swing and a miss from Claus, the third baseman. 6'2", 190, the Ottawa Township High School graduate, Ben Kolowski, pitching on the mound this evening. That ball is fouled away towards the left side. Ottawa, Illinois is where he hails from. And the junior pitcher was just competing for the Gorlocks at Webster University here in St. Louis. This past season, in his sophomore year, he made one appearance out of the bullpen against Iowa Wesleyan. And he did the same his freshman year. Made one appearance against that same team, but Kolowski working, playing on a very successful Gorlocks team just in his junior season, so he's got a couple more years left in that right arm. And when you look at that breaking ball to set down Claus, you can see why. Nice sharp break from the right-hander to retire Claus. Tyler Headcamp now in the box. So one out and one on for Tyler Headcamp. Andy Bunton on deck as that ball is fouled back. And out of play. That one almost came towards us, Shane. They have the netting here, but it was hit so softly out of play that it came out of the netting and started coming our way almost.
Almost had a chance for a souvenir.
Here in the bottom of the second, Kolowski's working. He gets the strike call there, so now 0-2 is the count with one down. Kolowski one pitch away. The infield is in double play depth with one down. But it throws the breaking ball, but it gets past Josh Cook. And they're going to call Josh Cook out on the strikeout.
Gibson advancing to second. There's no drop third strike with a base occupied. The runner can advance.
Yeah, excuse me.
But he's not required to.
Headcamp, after the ball got behind Cook, it really didn't matter because Headcamp had already struck out. And this ball's hit towards right field, but the runner is going to be held up with the strong throw home. But taking the extra bag is Bunton, so Bunton will get on with a single, advancing on the throw. So now runners on second and third with 2 outs, and the top of the lineup back up now here.
That's one of those things that might get overlooked with Andy Bunton. That's just great fundamental base running. He saw that throw was going over the cutoff man, and as soon as that ball left the right fielder's hands, he was off for second. Now a base hit could give the Cavemen the lead. That could be a big extra base if Floyd can come up with a base hit here.
The center fielder, Zach Floyd, in the box. Andy Bunton with a nice piece of hitting and great heads-up base running, like you mentioned, to get to second base and get Chase Gibson all the way over to first base. Chase Gibson is one who led off this inning with a single, but then back-to-back Ks from Brendan Claus and Tyler Headcamp. Headcamp strikeout did allow Gibson to advance to second and then advance to third on the Bunton single, and was held up. With the throw going home was strong, and Bunton decided to take the extra bag as that ball gets in there for called strike 2. So a ball and 2 strikes with 2 away and 2 on for Zach Floyd, the center fielder.
And it's understandable if you're the right fielder, DJ Schmidt, you want to come up firing, but also you want to hit your cutoff man with the ball hit that hard and as shallow as it is in right field. It's not very deep, just 300 feet down the right field line. Likely the runner on second, Gibson's not going to score, not great speed. So if you're Schmidt, just hit your cutoff man and live to fight another day.
That ball is fouled away and out of play.
Or if you're going to throw it home, at least let it come out of your hand maybe a little lower. Maybe make the base runner think it's going to hit the cutoff man, and the cutoff man can always let it go. But if it's over the cutoff man's head, there's really nothing they can do.
And that's why a lot of times they teach just throw it through the cutoff man, because if it is a strong enough throw, the catcher will communicate that to the cutoff man.
Especially on this turf, it's going to take a nice big hop, so it's going to bounce a long way.
Exactly. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 on here in the second as that breaking ball moves away to the side. So now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Full count.
First 3-ball count Kowalski's been into this ball game.
And the pitch. And they will say that Floyd went around. It looked like it from up here. Looks like maybe a little trying to sell that one by Floyd as he goes down, but they do call him that he went around. So after 2, Cornbelters on top 2-1. We send it to Shane Holsey next on CarShield Collegiate League TV.
A reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco Recycling has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. New arm on the mound for the Cavemen. It's number 12 out of John Wood Community College, Ryan Foley. He works to Jimmy Obertop. 2, 3, and 4 in the Cornbelters order. Shane Holsey, Will Conway with you here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV, wherever you are, however you're watching. Thank you for joining us on a warm Monday evening, up around 90 degrees at game time. And you can feel it. Heat index up near 100 degrees. There's Jimmy Obertop in an 0-1 count. Make that 0-2 against Ryan Foley. Couple of strikes off the right arm of Ryan Foley. 3 1/3 innings of work so far in the Car Shield Collegiate League. That's chopped the third. Claus on the first. And Obertop grounds out to third to lead off the top of the third inning. Ryan Foley, one outing so far here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Pitched on Thursday against the Falcons, went 3 1/3, 4 earned, couple of strikeouts, couple of walks. For the right-hander out of right here in O'Fallon, Missouri. Where's number 6 for the John Wood Community College Blazers up in Quincy, Illinois. As Brandon Olean, who's driven in one of the 2 runs for the Cornbelters so far in this ball game, steps in with nobody on and 1 away. He was first pitch swinging his first time up, and he drove in Tate Matheny for the first run of the ball game. So the ground out off the bat of Jimmy Obertop. He's now 0 for 2. Brandon Olean 1 for 1. As Olean pops that one down the left field line, Claus over near the bullpen, and he makes the catch. So a ground out to Claus, and then a pop out to Claus. And the first 2 are retired here in the third. And that brings in the catcher out of Winfield, Missouri, Josh Cook. So P5 on the pop out after the 5-3 ground out. And now 2 away and nobody on for Josh Cook. Struck out looking against Ben Prywich his first time up. First pitch swinging and fouled out of play into the party patio down the right field line. So the final line on Ben Prywich. 2 full innings. He struck out a couple. 1 hit, 2 runs. That pitch is in the dirt and scoots away. Make that 2 hits and 2 runs. Off the left arm of Ben Prywich. He gives way to Ryan Foley, who's retired the first 2, 2-3 in the Cornbelters order. As Cook pops that one foul and out of play once again. Josh Cook, a .294 hitter at St. Charles Community College last spring. Drove in 25 runs. Back-to-back district championships at Winfield High School. Catcher for those ball clubs. 12 games at St. Charles Community College this spring as he ropes one into right center, and a leaping attempt, and it hops over the wall and over the visiting clubhouse. And a ground rule double for Josh Cook here with 2 away. Zach Floyd gave it a nice effort just over his outstretched glove. And now a 2-out base runner for the Missouri Baptist Spartan Carter Mize. So Josh Cook now 1 for 2 after the ground rule double. He's on second with 2 away. Carter Mize flew out to left to end the bottom of the top of the first. He looks at a fastball from Foley off the inside corner. See if Carter Mize can deliver a 2-out RBI and at least double this Cornbelters lead. The first 2 were retired. Jimmy Overtop and Brandon Olean. And now the double by Cook as that's ripped into right field for a base hit. Cook coming around third. He's going to try to score a strong throw from right and an absolute strike from Tyler Headcamp. And he cuts down Josh Cook at the plate to end the inning. We head to the bottom of the third. Cornbelters still lead it 2-1. You're watching Carshield Collegiate League TV. Two and a half innings played here at Carshield Field, Carshield Collegiate League TV. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly, thank you for joining us here on this Monday evening, the start of a new week and the first full week in the Carshield Collegiate League season. Cornbelters and Cavemen. Cornbelters 2-1, Cavemen 1-2. The Cavemen won the very first game in the Carshield Collegiate League over these Cornbelters 6-5 on last Wednesday. As Colin Turnbow fouls that one back, 2-3-4 in the Cavemen order. Turnbow, Daniels, and Kiffer. After the strong throw by Tyler Headcamp, cut down Josh Cook at the plate on the single by Carter Mize. And the score stays at 2-1. 0-2 to Colin Turnbow, playing left field. Has primarily played infield so far this summer. In left field this evening, hitting second for Will Bradley's Cavemen. Cavemen have dropped 2 in a row. Cornbelters have won 2 in a row. Third straight foul ball. Turnbow stays alive. Count still at 0-2. Popped out to first for the first out of the bottom of the first. Ben Kowalski still out there for his third inning of work. The Webster University Gorlock misses upstairs 1-2. Kowalski, second team all-conference as a senior at Ottawa Township. Couple of appearances at Webster the past couple seasons. 6'2", 190 pounds, as that's over the head of Colin Turnbow, and the count goes even at 2-2. Turnbow out of Wentzville, Missouri, CBC graduate. Plenty of CBC cadets in this Carshield Collegiate League. Turnbow, one of them, currently at Maryville University in St. Louis. He checks his swing, and he went. It gets past Cook. The throw to first is not in time. Turnbow beats out the drop third strike, so the fourth strikeout for Kowalski. But Turnbow reaches base to lead off the inning. That brings in the man who's driven in the only run for the Cavemen, playing first base this evening, number 26, Mitch Daniels. He jumped on the first pitch from Kowalski with one away in the bottom half of the first and drove in the first run of the game for the Cavemen. At the time, tied the game at 1. Cornbelters scored on a wild pitch to take a 2-1 lead in the second. Colin Turnbow on first after the drop third strike, and Daniels rips that one into center, but Tate Matheny is underneath it for out number 2. Out number 1, rather.
Could have been 2.
Could have been.
But the drop third. You ever have any where you got 4 Ks because someone dropped one of them and then you said, hey, at least I got the 4 Ks?
I'm sure it happened once or twice. I can't remember specifically. I didn't strike out a lot of guys on the mound. That's ripped to third. Menendez to second. A pick by Drew Mize is not made. So Kiffer reaches on the fielder's choice. Both runners safe. Menendez made a nice sliding play over there at third, but a low throw. And Drew Mize could not pick it. And Joey Hawkins will have a word with his starter, Ben Kowalski, out of Webster University. One away, runners on first and second. Tying run on base at second, go-ahead run over at first. Albeit the third inning, still important runs. As Joey Hawkins exits the mound, and Kowalski will try to work out of this first and second one-out situation. Working to the designated hitter, Caden Deal. Deal out of Northwest Missouri State. Strong Division III program. Division II. My apologies. Out of Fort Zumwalt West High School right here in O'Fallon, Missouri. As he pops that one foul, Menendez will give it a look. But it drifts into the stands for strike number 1. Caden Deal doesn't wear batting gloves. Chokes up on the bat just slightly. He has runners on first and second and one away against Ben Kowalski. Colin Turnbow out at second. Connor Kiffer at first. Kiffer reached on the fielder's choice. Turnbow on the drop third strike. Now one away to Caden Deal. Broken bat. Carter Mize will go to second, and that'll be all. Another fielder's choice. This one results in the second out of the inning. So Caden Deal reaches first on the fielder's choice. He's now 0 for 2. And that brings in the catcher, Chase Gibson. Wearing number 1 on the back of the black and yellow Cavemen uniforms and the white pants. Cornbelters in their green jerseys and sparkling yellow pants. And Gibson loses the bat and fouls it straight back to the screen. Bat's, I'm sure, a little slick, hands a little sweaty. Easy to lose the bat when it's as hot and humid as it is now. He'll get some pine tar from the on-deck man, Brendan Kloss.
Yeah, it's happened a handful of times, Shane. Since this league has started, and like you mentioned, it's really hot, and the bats, we've seen a couple bats fly into the stands actually. So yeah, guys slipping with this lumber, probably this new lumber that they purchased for this league.
Most of these guys used to swinging a metal bat as Gibson rips that one into center. Matheny backtracks and makes the play. Cavemen straying a couple of runners. We're through 3 here from Carr Shield Field. Cornbelters with a 2-1 lead. You're watching Carr Shield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. A reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Ryan Foley back out for his second inning of work, working with a 2-1 deficit as he will face Drew Mize, Spencer Nivens, and Will Menendez here in the top of the 4th as the Cornbelters look to add on to their 2-1 lead. No runs scored since the top of the 2nd. 3 straight half innings without a run. Cavemen threatened in the bottom half of the 3rd as Mize chops that one back to Foley, and a 1-pitch out for the right-hander out of John Wood. Mize now 0 for 1 after he walked and scored his first time at the dish. And that brings in the speedy shortstop, Spencer Nivens. So a quick out there for Foley. And that brings in Nivens, who grounded out unassisted to the first baseman. Mitch Daniels, his first time up. One-0 from Foley. Breaking ball in there, strike one. A slow breaking ball from Foley. Drops in for strike one. Foley wears number 6 for the John Wood Blazers. Just double that and make that number 12 here in the Carr Shield Collegiate League. Lost his footing a little bit. Again, no metal spikes here on Carr Shield Field. These players either wearing rubber cleats or plastic cleats or maybe even turf shoes if they don't have a pair of extra cleats. So grip at times can be a bit of a problem. But every player has to deal with it. No metal cleats. Meanwhile, a 3-1 count to the Cornbelter shortstop, Spencer Nivens. Outside corner, thought he had ball 4. Instead, he's got strike 2. 3-2 from Foley. Up and away, ball 4, he walked him. And the Rockbridge High School graduate reaches first with 1 away. First walk surrendered by Foley and an inning in a third. And that brings in the third baseman out of Harris Stowe, Will Menendez. Made a nice sliding play last inning, nearly got an out at second base. But Drew Mize couldn't dig it out. No runs came across to score. Foley looking for the double play to get him out of this fourth inning. Menendez grounded out to the first baseman. Daniels, his first time up. He pops that one foul and out of play. And the 5'10 Harris Stowe and St. Mary's High School product in a 1-1 count against the John Wood Blazer, Ryan Foley. Menendez, 6 starts for the Hornets as a freshman this spring as he ropes that one into left field. And a 1-out base hit for Will Menendez. Spencer Nivens advances to second for the 9th place hitter, DJ Schmidt. Fifth hit of the ball game for the Cornbelters have resulted in 2 runs. So Nivens advances to second. Menendez at first for the right fielder and Missouri Baptist Spartan DJ Schmidt. That's grounded to second. Double play, ball 4, 6, 3. Roll it up. Inning over. Cavemen trail it 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. You're watching Carsfield Collegiate League TV. New pitcher for the Cornbelters. It's the left-hander out of Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, Rob Parks. The 6'2", 185-pound left-hander will work to the bottom third of the Cavemen lineup. Claus, Headcamp, and Bunton here in the bottom of the 4th as the Cornbelters hang on to a 2-1 lead. Parks has already seen some action here in the Carsfield Collegiate League. Tossed an inning of scoreless baseball in his first outing on Thursday against the Hoots, which was a Cornbelters victory. 2-0 count here to the right-handed swing third baseman, Brendan Kloss. And he swings and misses for strike one. Brendan Kloss, another Harris Stowe Hornet, former Wentzville Holt Indian. Under head coach Joel Adam. Fine career as the baseball coach at Wentzville Holt as Kloss swings and misses for strike two. Count runs full against the left-hander Rob Parks. Full count offering, fouled right back over our heads. Seventh pitch of the at-bat coming here to Brendan Kloss. Outside, he works a leadoff walk. And the Cavemen have the tying run on base for the right fielder, Tyler Headkamp, who gunned down a run at the plate in the top of the third. Throughout the man squatting about 2 or 3 feet away from Mr. Headkamp, Josh Cook. He gunned him down at the plate for the final out of the top of the third. So the leadoff walk. First batter faced by Rob Parks out of the bullpen. Second appearance here this summer. And a check swing, and they're going to say he went. I think it was probably in the zone regardless. But they're calling it a strike on the swing. And an 0-2 count to the right fielder Headkamp, struck out swinging in the second. Up and away, ball one rather, 1-2. Now 2-2 as Cook blocks that one in the dirt. Tyler Headkamp out of St. Charles Community College. Was teammates with Mr. Cook for the Cougars. Check swing called, third strike. Headkamp goes down for the second time. Out number one here in the bottom of the fourth as the Cavemen work trailing 2-1. 4 straight scoreless half innings. 1 run in each of the first 2 innings for the Cornbelters as Andy Bunton pops that one up. Drew Mize for out number 2. So Bunton, who singled back in the second, is retired for out number 2. He's 1 for 2. And now back to the top of the order, and Zach Floyd, who has scored the only run of the ball game for the Cavemen on the Mitch Daniels double back in the first. Brendan Kloss still on first after the leadoff walk. And now Zach Floyd in an 0-1 count against the left-hander, Rob Parks. Zach Floyd, another St. Charles Community College player out of Lutheran St. Charles High School, just down I-70. .5'11", 195 pounds, playing center field and leading off for Will Bradley's Cavemen. Loop down the right field line and foul. That's strike 2. And now Rob Parks, 1 strike away from working around the leadoff walk. So the walk to Kloss, and then a strikeout of Headkamp and a pop out on the first pitch by Bunton. And now a 1-2 count to Zach Floyd. Short lead by Kloss at first. The 1-2 popped up and foul, and that'll get out of play. Carter Mize gives it a look. Still 1-2 to the center fielder, Zach Floyd. 0 for 1 on the ball game so far. Was hit by a pitch in the first, struck out swinging in the second. That breaking ball just a bit high. As Rob Parks asked the home plate umpire for confirmation. Breaking ball just a little bit high on the 5'11", Zach Floyd. Sixth pitch of the at-bat coming here. That's up and in. Now the runner on first Claus will be in motion with 3-2 and 2 away. Ball on the gap should score a run. The 3-2 offering from Rob Parks. Misses high, another walk. Second walk of the inning. Now a runner in scoring position for Colin Turnbow. Turnbow reached on a drop third strike to lead off the third inning and was stranded on third base. He's 0 for 2. As he looks at strike one right down the middle from the left-hander, Rob Parks. 7 appearances for the SIUE Cougars this spring out of the bullpen. Formerly of Lindenwood University, Belleville. St. Mary's High School graduate, played hockey and was a wrestler as well as he cuts down Turnbow on strikes. We're through 4. 2-1 Cornbelters as we head to the 5th. You're watching Carlsfield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. A reminder this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601. Or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Top of the order for the Cornbelters, Matheny, Obertop, and Olean. Here in the top of the 5th, they lead at 2-1 as Tate Matheny swings at the first pitch. Another chance for Brendan Kloss, and he puts it away for the first out in foul territory. So back-to-back innings. Foley has retired the first hitter on one pitch, and that brings in the Michigan Wolverine, Jimmy Obertop. Already a home run in this league for Jimmy Obertop, playing in his third ball game. Added to the roster after the Cornbelters' first game on Wednesday. Working against Ryan Foley here with one out and nobody on after the pop out by Tate Matheny. He is now 0 for 2 and a big swing and a miss by Obertop. That home run by Obertop came just yesterday against the Gems. 3 hits and a couple of games so far for Obertop. Before this game, a foul pop into foul territory and a nice play by Mitch Daniels as he hits the deck near the short stone wall down the right field line, and he puts it away for the second out. Those are tough plays for first baseman, those pop-ups. They got a lot of backspin on them, so they're going to drift on you a little bit. And Daniels puts it away for out number 2. So a couple of pop-outs. 1 to third, 1 to first for Ryan Foley. He's done a nice job out of the bullpen, keeping this Cornbelters lead at 1. Has yet to give up a run. 2 2/3 innings of work so far for Ryan Foley. Good pitch there to Brandon Olean, but it misses for ball 1. Olean 1 for 2, RBI double. Gave the Cornbelters a 1-0 lead in the top of the first. Popped out to third in his second at-bat. Grounds that one right back to Foley. And Ryan Foley has worked 3 scoreless innings out of the bullpen. We are through 4.5 here at Cars Shield Field, 2-1. Cornbelters. You're watching Cars Shield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV on YouTube. Rob Parks back out for his second inning of work. In relief of Ben Kowalski. He worked 3 innings of 1-run ball, and now a scoreless 4th by Parks. And a look for more of the same here in the 5th. He'll face the heart of the Cavemen lineup, Mitch Daniels, Connor Kiffer, and Caden Deal, 3, 4, and 5. Mitch Daniels, an RBI double, which drove in the only Cavemen run back in the first. They've been held off the scoreboard ever since. 1 for 2 on the day so far for Daniels. And the 1-1 from Parks is a swing and a miss. And that's roped through the right side, and a leadoff base hit for Mitch Daniels. He's on first to lead off the bottom of the 5th, representing the tying run for the Cavemen. 4th hit of the ball game, rather, for the Cavemen. 5 for the Cornbelters. So Daniels is 2 for 3, hitting the 3 spot for Will Bradley's Cavemen, and now the second baseman, Connor Kiffer. And Rob Parks drops in a breaking ball for strike 1. The 0-1 to Kiffer, grounded to third. Menendez down on a knee, and he boots it. And an E5 will advance Daniels to second and put Kiffer on first with nobody out. And Parks will have to work around an error. Still in need of a double play ball. E5 on Menendez. First error of the ball game for either team. And Caden Deal, first pitch swinging, fouls it back. Caden Deal, 2 for 5 in his first couple of ball games as he rips that one into right center. Matheny on the run, won't get to it, and it hops off the wall. At least one run will score, a double for Deal. Daniels scores to tie the ball game at 2. RBI double for Caden Deal, just over the outstretched glove of Tate Matheny. And now the Cornbelters are really in business. I really like the way Caden Deal has swung the bat early in this Carshield Collegiate League season. He picks up the RBI double and ties the game at 2. And Cornbelters manager Joey Hawkins will have a word with Mr. Parks, who now has runners on second and third with nobody out. And the Cavemen threatening to take the lead here in the bottom of the 5th. Fourth RBI in 3 games for Caden Deal. Second double he's hit. 2 of his 3 hits have been doubles as he drives in his 4th run to tie the ball game at 2 and bring in the catcher, Chase Gibson. Mitch Daniels comes around to score. He's been involved in both runs scored for the Cavemen, driving in 1 and scoring 1. And now a tie ball game at 2 here in the bottom of the 5th. First run that has been scored since the top of the 2nd inning. Infield back for the Cornbelters here with nobody out. And Rob Parks trying to keep this game tied. Gibson 1 for 2 on the evening. A single and a fly out as he rips that one down the third base line and foul onto the grass hill down the left field line. And that's strike 1. Chase Gibson now 2 for 7 on the Carshield Collegiate League season as he fouls that one off his foot for strike 2. This would be a big strikeout if Rob Parks could come up with one here. Trying to strand a couple of runners in scoring position with nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. Corners in. Normal depth up the middle, straight away in the outfield. The 1-2, fouled out of play. Chase Gibson stays alive. Still in a 1-2 count with a couple of runners in scoring position. Caden Deal out at second, Connor Kiffer at third with nobody out. RBI double by Caden Deal has tied this ball game at 2. The 1-2 from Parks is roped again down the left field line. We'll do it again. Brendan Claus on deck, the third baseman. Tyler Headkamp to follow. The 1-2 from Parks. Chopped up the middle. That'll bring in a run. Drew Mize on to first, and an RBI ground out for Chase Gibson, and the Cavemen have the lead at 3-2. As Connor Kiffer comes across to score, Caden Deal advances to third. Good at bat there by Chase Gibson, putting a ball in play and driving in a run, and more importantly, giving his team the lead. Give Chase Gibson an RBI. First run he's driven in this Carshield Collegiate League season, and now Joey Hawkins will bring the infield in with one away. Strike one to the third baseman, Brendan Claus. Now Rob Parks will try to keep this at a one-run deficit. It was a one-run lead coming into this inning. Now a one-run deficit for the Cornbelters, looking to win their third straight game. Up and in to Claus as he backs away. And the count goes even at 1-1. Caden Deal over at third. He advanced on the ground out by Gibson after he doubled in a run with nobody out in this inning. Now the 1-2 to Claus. He did not go. Make that a 1-1 pitch. Now 2-1. Swing and a miss. He goes down swinging. Brendan Claus goes down for the second out. Big strikeout there for Rob Parks. Second out of the inning, and that brings in the right fielder, Tyler Headkamp. Headkamp will try to deliver with 2 outs and try to double this Cavemen lead. They came into this inning trailing 2-1. Now lead it 3-2. 2 away in the inning. Caden Deal on third. And a 1-1 count. Up and in. 3-0 to Tyler Headkamp. Good hitters count here for Headkamp, and a 3-1 against Rob Parks. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Can Rob Parks work his way back and strand that runner at third? Here comes the 3-2. Inside corner. 2 straight strikeouts. And Parks gets out of it, but not before the Cavemen take a 3-2 lead as we head to the top of the 6th. We turn things over to Will Connerly for the final 2 innings of Game 2 of today. Cavemen lead at 3-2. You're watching Carshill Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV.
Just a reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996. Josh Cook starts off this inning early with a single up the middle. And now Carter Mize comes to the box. Carter Mize Had a hard hit ball back in the third inning. But eventually it ended the inning after Cook was gunned down at home. A well-hit ball to the outfield, but Cook just had one of those as well as we're here in the top of the sixth inning. Carter Mize takes that for strike one. Foley out there has some nice work in relief after Prywich went 2 innings, Shane. Foley's done a nice job. The crafty right-hander has been pretty successful this evening.
He's done an excellent job. He came in with a 2-1 deficit, and if you're coming in deficit, it kind of goes without saying, but you have to keep the deficit where it is. You can't let the game get out of hand. Foley has held the Cornbelters in check the last 3 innings, and he's rewarded with a 4th inning of work here, now with a 3-2 lead in line for the win.
Has the job of now holding on to this lead. Cavemen up 3-2 after scoring a couple in the bottom frame of the 5th inning. That's called for a strike as well. Mr. Mize has a little disapproval of that call, but it will be a ball and a couple strikes, no outs, as Josh Cook just started the inning off with a single up the middle.
Didn't even give you time to get through that ad read.
Didn't give me time. I guess we got to pick it up. We, as in me, I got to take accountability for my actions, though. As a swing and a miss. Carter Mize goes to the dugout, striking out. Amen to that. We are a team. Give me some on that one. But
heck yeah.
Although I was referring or alluding to the fact that I was the one that missed the action there. Sorry, fans. But one away, Carter Mize strikes out. And coming into the box now is brother Drew Mize. Let's see if either Mize can keep things moving for the Cornbelters, who trail 3-2 here in the top of the 6th inning. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly, the team we talked about. Don't forget Charlie Bornoff producing as well. The broadcast team up here in CarShield Field in the broadcast booth. It's a beautiful Monday night here. It's a hot Monday night as well with 3 games of baseball. We're holding up well. We're excited to bring it to you.
We're making it through. And if we're going to be hot, we might as well be watching some baseball. Maybe the only thing better is actually playing, but we'll take the next best thing.
Foley's pitch is missed upstairs, and it'll be interesting to see Foley's. We talked about. He's been able to just work quickly, and that's why we haven't seen a lot of pitchers be super efficient and work deep into games because they're monitoring the pitch counts. But Foley has done a good job of getting through the lineup quickly and being efficient, rather, with his pitch selection and just the amount of pitches he's thrown. And it's been a big part of it. But now the pressure is on him a little bit with a leadoff runner on and Josh Cook. But nice job to strike out Mize. Now a 3-1 count to Drew Mize after he struck out Carter. A nice pitch right there, a swing and a miss from Drew Mize. Now the count is all juiced up at 3 balls and 2 strikes with 1 away. And Drew Mize, the right-handed swinging shortstop with his team, has a 3-2 deficit for the Cornbelters. Cornbelters have won 2 straight games. This ball's hit to the right side, so Cook will advance to second and round it. Drew Mize gets the single, so runners on first and second with 1 away here. And the Cornbelters have something in business, just trailing by a run, and now something's brewing off of the right-hander Foley.
We've seen some late magic from these Cornbelters. Nearly came back and beat the Cavemen in Game 1. Completed the comeback against the Hoots, and now a chance for another late comeback, albeit just 1 run, but a comeback nonetheless.
Now Mr. Nivens in the box. Spencer Nivens, the shortstop. Rockbridge High School.
He's used to wearing the green and gold.
Used to wearing that beautiful green and gold. A very successful high school in Columbia, Missouri, now playing in the CarShield Collegiate League as that breaking ball is missed upstairs. And one of your broadcasting partners, Jack Whithelm, was a Rockbridge High School, and also Mr. Ted in the press box. We'll just call him Mr. Ted. He's who does all the music for you guys here, or most of it here at CarShield Field during these CarShield Collegiate League games. Was also a Rockbridge High School members. That ball is popped up to the third baseman. Brendan Claus catches it for the second out of the inning. So now coming up is Will Menendez.
And all of a sudden, 2 away. The opportunity for the Cornbelters to come through is slipping away. One of the big keys for Ryan Foley has just been allowing the Cornbelters to put the ball in play. A lot of early swings from the Cornbelters. Just 1 strikeout for Foley thus far. but he's let the Cornbelters put the ball in play and get themselves out.
So fully comes set. 2 aboard, but also 2 away. And the strike is in there against Menendez. Menendez had a base hit to left field back in the 4th inning. Is 1 for 2 on the evening, and has an opportunity with a runner in scoring position to knot up this ball game. Oh, how we have had great ball games here in the CarShield Collegiate League thus far, as that ball is fouled away. So now an 0-2 count with 2 outs. But the ball games have been absolutely tremendous. Competitive ball games between squads. Very equal distribution amongst each team. There's been no team that it looks like is much better than any other team. I mean, we talked about the Falcons, and they improved to 2-1 today with a victory earlier over the Gems. Every team has the standings are very close early on this season as that ball is popped up to the first baseman. Mitch Daniels catches it. Side is retired. Foley continues his excellence as we send it to the bottom frame of the 6th. CCL TV, you're watching. Stay tuned with us. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning here. Cavemen up. They lead 3-2. And new pitcher into the ball game for the Cornbelters. It all started with Kolowski going 3 innings. Rob Parks had 2 in relief. And now on the mound is the right-hander as Joey Hawkins makes another call to the bullpen for the Cornbelters. Braden Bone, the SIUE pitcher, now on the mound. And he'll try to keep things where they are here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 3-2 lead for the Cavemen, who come to the plate. Just need 3 more outs. And the Cavemen Cornbelters, it's turning into a little bit of a rivalry, it seems like, these close nail-biters against each other. Too soon to say that, but the first game, 6-5. This game, 3-2 in the latter stages of the game, as just 3 more outs to get for the Cavemen without any runs scored. and they would have another one-run victory over the Cornbelters. I know the Cornbelters will have something to say about that, as coming up next inning is the bottom, and then you lead it off. Then you give it over to Tate Matheny and Jimmy Obertop. So it will be a tall task next inning as Andy Bunton grounds out to the third baseman. Menendez throws it across the diamond to Mize. Mize gets the tag, and Bunton grounds out to start the bottom of the sixth inning. Your thoughts, Shane Holsey?
Well, you said it already. We already had a one-run game between these two teams. Another one-run game here tonight. Just the opposite. So, one-run victory for the Cavemen in Game 1 as they hold another one-run lead, at least, as they lead 3-2 in the bottom of the sixth. And I really stumbled over my words right there, didn't I?
No, you're good. As that ball goes to the backstop.
Now, sometimes you have like 2 or 3 sentences in your head, and they kind of all get jumbled into one. That's kind of what happened.
Yeah. You're telling me. A ball and a strike, one away, as Bunton grounded out to Menendez to start off the bottom of the sixth inning. As we mentioned, next frame will be the top of the seventh. Last chance for the Cornbelters, who trail by just 1 run, and we talk about the magic they had in the seventh inning to lead off things on the long-awaited arrival of the Car Shield Collegiate League back on July 1st. It was 6-3 going into that final frame when the Cavemen just needed 3 outs, but the Cornbelters scratched off a couple runs to make that a one-run game, but now already a one-run game. And like we said, it's going to come all down to that DJ Schmidt, Tate Matheny, and Jimmy Obertop due up for the Cornbelters, who just trail by a run, but Bone is trying to keep it there. It's his team only down by 1, definitely a doable deficit, but the hold is going to be needed intact as Joey Hawkins deploys the right-hander from SIUE. And Bone gets a called strike, so now the count goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes with 1 away. Zach Floyd, the leadoff hitter in the box. That pitch just missed outside, so Zach Floyd reaches via the bases on balls. And
Third
Colin,
third time Floyd's been on base out of the leadoff spot.
And all the times it's been 2 walks and 1 hit by pitch, the hit by pitch to start the game, and then he ultimately came around to score, which was the only Caveman run until the bottom of the 5th inning when they plated 2 runs and took the lead 3-2, which it stands now. But Mitch Daniels drove in Floyd after getting a leadoff hit by pitch, and now a base hit by Colin Turnbow. Nice piece of lumber, taking it to the right side for Turnbow, so that advances Floyd to second. Turnbow goes to first, and Mitch Daniels comes into the box, who already has a couple knocks today. An RBI double in the first and a single, who came around to score in the 5th, and Mr. Daniels has an opportunity to give the Cavemen some needed insurance runs.
They might have something to say about that 1-run lead.
They may be looking for more. As Braden Bone comes set, misses upstairs with the first pitch.
We know they're looking to add more. The only question is, will they?
The 1 ball, no strikes as Bone comes set. Runners take off. Throw down to second. Mize applies the tag, and Turnbow is gunned down trying to take second, but Floyd had a great jump from second and does swipe third, so they traded out but advance a runner to third base, and that will be a stolen base for Floyd. And that stolen base is brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, social, healthy living, and social responsibility. That ball is missed upstairs. With 2 away now, Bone has an opportunity to strand the runner. Bone, the right-hander from Effingham, Illinois, Effingham High School. The junior, last year at SIUE, playing for the Cougars, stands at 6'2", 170. In 2019, made 22 appearances out of the bullpen, which was the second most on the Cougars squad, and led the team with 5 saves, which ranked 8th in the OVC. And trying to do some good late inning work now looking to keep this at just a one-run deficit for the Cornbelters, who have some big bats coming up in their final chance in the top of the 7th inning next half. He struck out 37 hitters in 29 innings of work in 2019 and has played a good role for this SIUE team these past couple years. Pryor was at Parkland College in Champaign. That pitch is missed, and Mitch Daniels will take a ball 4. He'll walk down to first base, and now runners at the corners with 2 away brings up Kiffer. Kiffer came around to score, reached base on an error back in the 5th inning. We'll see what he can do here. His Cavemen have a 3-2 lead. And Bone, the SIUE Cougar, looking to hold things right there in the bottom of the 6th inning. Another nail-biter. Runner at first is Daniels. That pitch missed upstairs. Runner at third is Floyd. Floyd got to third base on the stolen base, but catcher Josh Cook threw it down to Drew Mize. Mize made the tag, and Turnbow was gunned down, so that just meant a runner at third base with 2 away. And then Daniels reaches on the free pass, which brings in Connor Kiffer, the second baseman, to the box. 2-time All-Area selection at Effingham High School, Mr. Bone on the mound. Looking to keep things where they are, but a 2-0 count. And he misses upstairs, and the hitter on deck is Caden Deal with a 3-ball, no-strike count with 2 away. And Connor Kiffer in a great hitter's count. Likely does not have the green light, but you never know. Likely does, maybe actually. I'll take that back. In this league, he has 3-0, but he will take that one. He could have had the green light. That one was a little outside, but I feel there was a 3-0 bomb on a home run in this league, so I think they're trying to hack on 3-0. No one sat around to get walked all this time. So
these hitters are here to hit. They're not here to take walks.
They are here to rake, and that pitch is fouled to the right side. Now to play. So now the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners at the corners here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Braden Bone on the mound, the right-hander, looking to strand a couple of runners and keep this deficit for the Cornbelters, his Cornbelters, at just 1 run.
Good couple of pitches by Bone to get back into this count. Now 1 pitch away from holding the Cavemen scoreless.
The 3-2 pitch to Kiffer. Hit, and that will score a run, so the Cavemen now lead 4-2. Nice knock up the middle for Kiffer, and coming home to score is Zach Floyd. So now it's a 2-run lead, adding a little insurance for the Cavemen here in the bottom of the 6th inning. There's the final shot, the final at-bat coming up for the Cornbelters in this 7-inning game. All these games, 7-inning games, if you're not aware yet, in the Car Shield Collegiate League. But now 4-2 is the score. The Cavemen get a little insurance. So they're looking to close out this one. This ball is popped up towards the left side. Spencer Nivens will catch it for the 3rd out. But a run scored for the Cavemen, now lead 4-2. Final chance coming up for the Cornbelters. Stay tuned with us here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601. You can give them a call there, or on the web you can find them at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a electronics recycler since 1996. Final shot here for the Cornbelters. The bottom of the lineup, DJ Schmidt, will come to the plate. Then it flips over to Tate Matheny and Jimmy Obertop here in the final shot for the Cornbelters, who trail by 2 runs. Similar feelings to that opening day when the Cornbelters had a 6-3 lead in the final frame and the final chance for the Cornbelters, and they scored 2 runs and ultimately fell in that game 6-5 to the Cavemen. In a similar situation, they trail by a couple runs in their final chance, and DJ Schmidt will come up. New pitcher in the game, Chase Stevens for the Cavemen, looking for the save opportunity. First pitch goes to the backstop. DJ Schmidt takes that one for ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes. First pitch way back to the backstop to start things off. Things have got a little tricky in the final innings here. We'll see if that theme, if that storyline, if that plot thickens a little bit in this one. That pitch is in there for strike 1. So a ball and a strike for DJ Schmidt in the box. And on deck is Tate Matheny. That pitch goes to the backstop. No action in the bullpen for either squad, as Will Bradley goes to get that ball. Second ball that goes back to the backstop. Here in this at-bat, 2 balls and a strike to the left-handed hitting right fielder, DJ Schmidt. 4-2. Cavemen have the lead. Chase Stevens in for the save opportunity. And that pitch is belted out of play. Skyrocketed well out of play here at Carshield Field, as DJ Schmidt got well under it. So Stevens getting the sign, working with Gibson. The 2-2 pitch. DJ Schmidt takes that one, and the count runs full to 3 balls and 2 strikes again. The hitter on deck is the dangerous Tate Matheny.
If Schmidt can get on, Tate Matheny could tie this ball game with 1 swing of the twig.
There's no doubt about that.
And if he can't do it, certainly Jimmy Obertop can.
That ball is sawed off to the left side, and Tate Matheny for sure. A very successful player, 2015 draft pick, been playing in the Red Sox organization. A ton of games in the minor leagues under his belt, a highly touted prospect out of here in the area.
St. Louis area high school player of the decade by STL High School Sports.
That was just announced here for 2020, and
about a month or so ago.
High honors, so some great players, some first-round draft picks. Many top players have come out of this area, and now the guy that we were talking about most of that at-bat after DJ Schmidt beautifully works a walk to start the top of the 7th inning is Tate Matheny, number 24.
Schmidt's had a couple of really nice at-bats tonight. He had that 10-pitch at-bat that resulted in a single and then stole a base, and now a 7-pitch at-bat, and he works a leadoff walk.
And that is actually what led to Prywich being pulled, I believe, after 2, because DJ Schmidt worked 10 pitches, and that led to a Tate Matheny full count. And so DJ Schmidt's off to the races, and we'll get in there standing up. That stolen base is brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. DJ Schmidt was off to the races as soon as the leg came up from Stevens. And now Matheny looking for something to hit. The center fielder for the Cornbelters, wearing number 24. Cornbelters have won 2 straight, looking to extend their win streak. They need a couple runs here in the top of the 7th to do it, as Chase Gibson wants a word with his pitcher, Chase Stevens. So chase-to-chase communication. Face-to-face communication as well.
Chase to chase, face to face. Say that 5 times fast.
We'll defer that to you.
I'm not going to try it.
So the runner on second is DJ Schmidt. And Tate Matheny in the box. That pitch missed, flowing away. Here in the top of the 7th inning, a 2-0 count to the dangerous hitter, Tate Matheny. What can he do with the lumber and a good 2-0 count? Looking for something to square up with the runner on second, DJ Schmidt. That pitch missed outside, and now 3 balls and no strikes. So Chase Stevens comes set in here for the save opportunity, and DJ Schmidt off to the races. Gibson throws it down to third base and gets called safe. So DJ Schmidt steals the base. And that stolen base is brought to you once again by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. Chase Stevens now, a 3-ball, 1-strike count. DJ Schmidt has swiped a couple bags, and he finds himself after walking all the way on third base, and Matheny in the box. Pitch missed upstairs, and Matheny will go down to first base. Now in the box, Jimmy Obertop. As Bradley walks slowly out to the mound to talk to his pitcher, Chase Stevens. Matheny reached on the free pass. DJ Schmidt did as well, so a little command issue early on for Stevens. And we'll see if Bradley can't calm him down, talk to him, and see what direction they want to go this inning, if they want to get the bullpen hot or see if they can ride him. He has a 2-run cushion, but a slim cushion with 2 of those runners already being on base here trying to get the save for Chase Stevens.
And that insurance run in the bottom of the 6th could prove to be huge in the top of the 7th if Stevens can't keep the Cornbelters off the scoreboard. He needs to make a good pitch right here, though.
He might have to make a great pitch, as there's a great hitter at the dish. Jimmy Obertop belted a home run the other day, showcasing his Division I talent power, has his talents playing the Michigan, the Wolverines. Power 5 Division I baseball talent. That pitch belts Obertop, so now the bases are full. So DJ Schmidt started this inning with the bases on balls, stole a couple bags, ultimately got to third base where he stands now. Tate Matheny drew a walk and now is on second after Jimmy Obertop gets hit by pitch. So now the bases are full of Cornbelters. Bases full of Cornbelters.
Well, we don't have a word for that yet.
We don't have a word for that, but if it is the Hoots, we do call it a parliament, as that is a group of owls, as that pitch is fouled to the left side. But more importantly, the tying run is in scoring position in Matheny, and nobody is out for the 3-hole Brandon Olean, who had a double in the first inning, an RBI double to drive in Matheny. And Matheny does represent the tying run. The go-ahead run is on first base, and Jimmy Obertop, who just got hit by pitch. So Stevens having a little command issues, issuing a couple walks and a hit by pitch to start off the top of the 7th inning. And that pitch is skied up Under it is Bunton, who catches it.
That's a huge out now. A double play. This ball game's over. So that's a big pitch by Stevens. That tying run still out at second base. Working with a 2-run cushion. As a pitcher, you feel a lot more comfortable with a 2-run lead as opposed to 1. It's only 1 run, but it is huge, probably more psychologically than anything.
Stevens delivering the first offering, and like you mentioned, also with nobody on base, if you let up a solo shot,
Doesn't hurt you.
it doesn't hurt you. But right here, everything's going to hurt you with the bases loaded. Runner on first is the go-ahead run. Runner on second is the tying run. Matheny at second, Obertop at first. And in the box is Josh Cook, who takes that pitch. So now 2 balls and no strikes, and nowhere to put Mr. Josh Cook, who's 2 for 3 today with a double. Here in the top of the 7th inning, Cornbelters looking to brew another comeback. Bases loaded with just 1 away. The pitch to Cook is missed upstairs, and now a 3-ball count with nowhere to put Cook.
Nowhere to put him.
Nowhere to put him, but only on first base. And if you do, that is a run scored. So we'll see if Cook is going to be aggressive on the 3-ball count. That pitch misses. Still, no, it doesn't seem like there's any action in the Cavemen bullpen. But here in the top of the 7th inning, this game started with Prywich going a couple innings, then Foley had 4 tremendous innings of work. Stevens here having hit a little bit of struggles issuing the free passes. In the top of the 7th inning, DJ Schmidt comes around to score. Tate Matheny goes to third. Obertop goes to second. Oleum was the only out. He popped up to Bunton. And Cook just got issued the free pass, and now the dangerous Carter Mize in the box, still with the bases loaded. The left-handed power hitting Carter Mize has the go-ahead run now in scoring position for the Cornbelters. Stevens gets that pitch in for a strike. Carter Mize can't believe it. Now he's down in an 0-2 hole with 1 away. So Stevens set to deliver the 0-2 pitch. Mize rips this one into right field. 1 run will score, so the game is tied. Obertop's coming home, and the Cornbelters take the lead off of the Mize single. Runners are still on first and second with just 1 away, so just like that, comeback is fully complete, Shane Holsey, as the Cornbelters have some magic. And something's with it in the 7th inning of the CarShield Collegiate League games. The late inning heroics continue as that plot thickens, as we noticed early on in these games. And Carter Mize delivers the RBI, 2 RBI single to give the lead back to the Cornbelters.
As our producer Charlie Bornoff said a couple of days ago, the most dangerous thing is the 7th inning in the CarShield Collegiate League.
In all of sports. In the whole wide world of sports. As it proves there, a 5-4 lead as 3 runs have come across the plate. And there's still just 1 out. We'll see if the Cornbelters look to add more as Carter Mize passes the baton off to Drew Mize with his single. So Stevens getting the signals from Gibson, looking to work out of a jam with runners on first and second. The other thing with Mize's rip, it had 2 RBIs, the tying and go-ahead run, but it also came with 2 strikes, and he still took a healthy hack with the ball getting to the outfield, so a nice job. And now a 3-ball, no-strike count with 1 out.
3-0, 0-2 doesn't matter with Carter Mize. He's going to get off his A swing.
A 3-0 pitch. That pitch missed upstairs, and Drew Mize will go down to first base. So now the bases are loaded once again. And Spencer Nivens comes to the box.
Bases loaded once again. But once again, Stevens just one pitch away. If he can make one good pitch, it's going to be hard to turn two against the speedy Nivens. But if he can make one good pitch, maybe two, he can get out of this and give the Cavemen a chance to come back in the bottom half of the seventh.
Late inning action here if you're missing it. Cornbelters plate 3 runs in the top of the 7th. Their final chance as there's a ball hit towards second baseman, but safe. The first ball is caught. But no, it's a double play. It hit down.
Now the second baseman caught that, and the runner on second.
Mize,
yes.
There, the runner on second. Carter Mize was off to the races on that line drive, so the double play ends it all. Get that cleared up for you, but nonetheless, 3 runs scored in the top of the 7th inning. 5-4 Cornbelters lead. Now last shot for the Cavemen. What do they have in response? Find out next on CCL TV. Chase Gibson leading things off here for the Cavemen. 3 runs plated off Chase Stevens here last half in the top of the 7th inning. 3 big runs for the Cornbelters, who take the lead now 5-4. Mize had a couple runs batted in. Carter Mize delivered on the tying and then go-ahead run with a 2 RBI single to give the Cornbelters the lead, the 5-4 lead, as the first pitch is chopped to the left side. Menendez throws it over to first, scooped up. And what a pick from Mize. He had the go-ahead RBI last half and makes a nice scoop to start off this inning as they make a nice defensive play off of the right-hander Bone.
Nice play on both ends. Menendez coming in, charging hard. And then that's a hard throw, throwing across your body from third base. He got it there, made it about as easy. I mean, no scoop is easy, but if you're going to throw it short, might as well short hop him.
As that ball is hit to left field, Olean throws it in, and a nice single to left by Brendan Claus brings up Tyler Headcamp, the right fielder. Looking to turn things around 0 for 3. Has an opportunity for the Cavemen.
Now all of a sudden, the winning run comes to the plate.
Daniel Sperling will come in to pinch run. So Sperling now on first base. And things still get interesting here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Cavemen trail by 1 run. 5-4 your score after the Cornbelters scored 3 runs in the top of the 7th inning. Sperling the pinch runner on first base as that breaking ball's missed upstairs for ball one. Tyler Headcamp, the right fielder in the box. Andy Bunton on deck. As Bone comes set, delivers the pitch, misses upstairs once again. Called strike. 2-1 count with one away. As the first out of the inning was a nice play from the hot corner. Menendez came up and Carter Mize made a nice scoop on it. And like we mentioned, the late inning heroics continue. Carter Mize with a 2 RBI single. The tying and then go-ahead run scored on his single to right field on a 2-strike count. And executed for the Cornbelters and completely had the comeback come to fruition as that ball is fouled out to the left side for a 5-4 lead right now for the Cornbelters, who are looking to extend their win streak to 3 games in a row. They just need a couple more outs to do it.
See if they want to start the runner Sperling on first. See if Will Bradley wants to get aggressive.
Sperling at first here in a full count. As that pitch is missed just upstairs as Headcamp reaches base on the free pass. Close call right
too
there.
Close to take. On a 3-2 count, either Headcamp has an amazing eye or I don't know.
First time on the base pass tonight for Headcamp. Good job to draw the walk nonetheless. And now Andy Bunton comes in the box. Runners on first and second. Bunton in the box and Bone delivers a breaking ball, and Bone wanted that call, leans in a little bit. Looks like it just missed. The runner on first is Headcamp. Runner on second is the pinch runner Sperling, as that pitch is thrown in for a strike to Andy Bunton. So Braden Bone looking to work out of trouble and looking to get the save for the Cornbelters and the victory. He would be the pitcher of record and get the victory since the Cornbelters scored 3 runs in the top of the 7th inning. And would get the victory if he can get 2 more outs. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning. That ball's hit to the left side. Menendez comes up, and the ball goes wide into right field. That's going to score a run and tie this game. So just like that, you thought it could have been rolled up. The wide throw from Menendez allows a run to score on the air.
Fielder's choice E5 for those scoring at home.
Thanks, Shane.
Not a problem.
As Bunton is on first now, Headcamp advanced to second, and Sperling came home, and now Joey Hawkins comes to the mound to talk to the right-hander Bone. What do you tell Bone in this situation? Now the game is tied.
You just got to keep the winning runs out at second base. You just got to make one good pitch at a time. It's cliche, but that's really all you can tell him. To say, look, relax. That wasn't your fault. You made a good pitch. Now give your defense another chance to make a play and get yourself out of the inning and give us a chance to score a run next inning.
We'll see what happens with the Cavemen at the dish. Back to the top of the lineup, Zach Floyd has reached the base paths 3 times tonight, twice walked and once hit by pitch, as Bone's first pitch gets in for a strike. Bone comes set with 1 away and runners on first and second. Check swing didn't go. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bone comes set and delivers the pitch. It's hit to Menendez at third, throws it over to first. And Menendez gets the out, throwing it across the diamond to Carter Mize. So now there is 2 away. Nice play by Menendez to come up and get that hop.
Now 1 pitch away from potentially our first extra innings ball game. I haven't seen extra innings just yet. They'll play just 1 extra inning. And if it's still tied, they'll just go in the books as a draw. But still 1 more out to get for Bone. Winning run over there at third.
Turnbow in the box. And Bone on the mound. Steps off, lets his defense reset a little bit, as the winning run is 90 feet away in the form of Tyler Headcamp. Runner at second is Andy Bunton, but Headcamp is the only run that really matters.
Runner on second means absolutely nothing.
But the winning run is 90 feet away, and Headcamp, who reached via the free pass, his first time on the base paths tonight. Turnbow, the 0-1 is taken low. So 1 ball, 1 strike, and 2 away. For the left fielder for the Cavemen, Colin Turnbow had a single back in the 7th inning. Excuse me. So the left fielder, or a 2 ball, 1 strike count with 2 away. Turnbow looking to get on base any way he can. Get this winning run in as that strike is called. Back last inning, though, Turnbow did have that single. Now in the 7th, in the bottom of the 7th, where the Cavemen have already plated a run. And 1 more would be the winning run. So what happens here? 2 ball, 2 strike, 2 outs. And now the payoff pitch is on the way with 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
And a walk wouldn't be the worst thing in the world here. It at least set up the force at any base. If Turnbow would have reached base, it really would not matter, except you have to face 1 more batter.
That pitch missed upstairs, and Turnbow reaches base, and that brings up Mitch Daniels. Mitch Daniels doubled in the 1st. Also had a single in the 5th and reached base last inning.
2 for 3 day for the first baseman. Now a chance to win it. This will be the last batter of this inning, whether we go to extra innings or the Cavemen win it. Daniels will be the last hitter here in the 7th. Chance to win it. If he can, any way he can get on base, he'll bring in the winning run.
So here we go. It all started with Mitch Daniels in the bottom of the 1st inning, tying this ball game at 1-1 after the Cornbelters plated a run in the top of the 1st. And now Mitch Daniels with a chance to win it for the Cornbelters. Bone's first pitch is taken for strike 1 as he gets it over the plate. Cornbelters scored a run in the top of the 1st and the 2nd and led 2-1 for a while before that lead was broken in the bottom of the 5th. But 3 runs scored in the top of the 7th inning. Here in the bottom of the 7th, 1 already across for the Cavemen, and they're looking for more. The winning run just 90 feet away as that breaking ball is missed upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Bone comes set and delivers the pitch. It's up the middle, and what a play right there, as that's a game-saving run. Spencer Nivens.
Holy smokes. Talk about a game-saving play.
Literal game-saving run right there. And we'll send it to Shane Holsey. You're watching CCL TV. Game ends in a tie, 5-5.
We thought they'd play an extra inning, but hey, we'll end in a tie.
Wow, but the play of the game, it was all came down to Mitch Daniels versus Braden Bone. Anyway, Mitch Daniels gets on, it's game, and it looked like that was going to be the case as he hit the ball up the middle, but no. Spencer Nivens, a diving, game-saving play as he preserves his team from not getting a loss. But the two teams end in a draw. So we'll have the next game for you in about 20 minutes. Stay tuned with us here on CCL TV. For Chucky B and Shane Olsey, I'm Will Connolly. Stay tuned with us. We got the Hoots coming up next against the Eagles.
Hello and welcome to the third and final game of today's triple header. It's the Eagles and the Hoots here in the nightcap of what's officially listed as a doubleheader, but the third game of the day. We'll take you through the lineup for Forest Herman's Eagles. Steven Randazzo will lead things off. He's at third. Damian Henderson in left field hits second. Peyton Leeper, the second baseman, hits third. Noah Jacobson, the shortstop, hits fourth. Josh Stallcup hits fifth. Hamilton Anderson, the catcher, hits sixth. Kenny Piper hits seventh. Jacob Bauer hits eighth. And Jalen Jones rounds out the order. And the first pitch from Tyler Cleveland is swung on and missed. We are underway as Steven Randazzo swings and misses at the first pitch from the right-hander. Tyler Cleveland getting the start for Joe Lincoln's Hoots here this evening. Working his first action here in the Car Shield Collegiate, or never mind. My apologies. Has worked 2 2/3 scoreless innings, making his second appearance here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. 3 strikeouts, no walks. 1 hit in 2 2/3 against the Cornbelters on Thursday. The Hoots coming in at 1-2, Eagles at 1-1. We had our first tie in the Car Shield Collegiate League between the Cavemen and the Cornbelters, a wild 7th inning.
Spencer Nivens
with a game-saving diving play up the middle, taking away a walk-off hit from Mitch Daniels. And now a 3-1 count to Steven Randazzo to lead off this ball game. Shane Holsey, Will Kinerly with you. Thank you for joining us here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV as Steven Randazzo works a 5-pitch walk to lead off the ball game. So a base runner to lead off the game, and Damian Henderson, who we saw on the mound a few days ago, touched 96 off the mound. He's in left field this evening.
That was something else.
Hard-throwing left-hander. Cleveland, a check on first. Tyler Cleveland out of the University of Central Arkansas, 6'1", 160 pounds. All-state selection in 2017 and 2018 at Sheridan High School in Sheridan, Arkansas, as he plunks Henderson, and a couple of base runners are on for the Eagles. Take you around the horn for the Hoots. We'll start with the outfielders. Colin Bergman is in left. Evan Martin gets the start in center. Chase Krogman is in right. Matt Staker at third. Tyler Bastunas at short. Dominic Cusimano at second. Matt Dunham at first. Ty Stouse behind the plate, catching Tyler Cleveland. Cleveland has a couple of base runners to contend with here in the top of the first. Peyton Leeper steps in with runners on first and second, and nobody out. Early RBI chance here for the left-handed swinging Peyton Leeper as he looks at strike one from Cleveland. Peyton Leeper out of South Callaway High School, 5'11", 180 pounds. All-state all 4 years at South Callaway High School, hit .442 as a senior, and went 10-0 on the mound with a .61 earned run average. Also played quarterback and defensive back, and won a state title in football in 2017.
What can't he do?
Doesn't sound like much.
Now hitting 3-hole for Forrest Herman's squad.
He can do it all. He's playing second base, hitting third here this evening. The infielder from Southeast Missouri State looks at ball one, 1-2. 27 at-bats for the Red Hawks this spring. He hits in a 1-2 count against Tyler Cleveland. Beautiful night for baseball. Sun just starting to go down. 1-2. Here it comes. Leeper lifts that one into right center. The center fielder Martin is underneath it, and he puts it away for out number one. First out of the ball game. F8 on the flyout for those of you start scoring at home. Thank you for joining us here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Whether you're at home or wherever, however you're watching, thank you for joining us and making us a part of your Monday night. Hopefully you're staying cool indoors somewhere. It's a warm one outside. Temperature starting to go down a little bit, but it reached, I saw as high as 90 degrees this afternoon.
It was hot.
Especially
it's
on
a
hot
that
one.
turf.
I would imagine up over 100 degrees on that turf at the hottest part of today as Noah Jacobson swings and misses. Jacobson out of Potosi, Missouri. Hit .465 as a senior. The 0-1 from Cleveland. Outside corner, good pitch there to move the count to 0-2. One away here in the top of the first. Tyler Cleveland working with a couple of base runners. A walk to Steven Randazzo and a Damian Henderson hit by pitch. And an 0-2 count to Noah Jacobson. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back outs after the first two runners reach. And that brings in the fifth hole hitter and playing first base tonight, number 4, Josh Stalcup. Stalcup out of Webster Groves High School, alma mater of my partner, Will Connerly. Currently at Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville.
Exactly right, Shane. We got a couple Webster Groves players in this league. Tyson James as well, hard-throwing right-hander for Joey Hawkins Cornbelters, who almost won 3 games in a row before that tie.
Boy, that was a wild seventh inning.
Wow, still coming off the heels of that game. If you've joined us, we're hoping this game brings you more of the same and excitement.
Our first tie here in Carshield Collegiate League action. We've had a bunch of close games, a lot of 1- and 2-run games. That our first tie. Team's not playing extra innings, trying to save some arms. A long week of baseball ahead of us, and we hope you can join us for most, if not all of it, either here on Carshield Collegiate League TV or at the ballpark, Carshield Field, beautiful O'Fallon, Missouri. 0-2 count to Josh Stalcup, and Tyler Cleveland is one pitch away from working around 2 base runners. Stalcup, .333 hitter at SIUE this spring, and he looks at ball 1. 6 starts at catcher, playing first base this evening. Tyler Cleveland still ahead in a 1-2 count. Hamilton Anderson, the catcher, on deck. The 1-2. Chopped up the middle. Bastunas will take it on a hop and a high throw to first. Pulls Dunham off the bag. And an infield single for Josh Stalcup extends the inning to Hamilton Anderson.
Good play by Dunham to go up and get that ball. That saves a run.
Save that ball from potentially going into the stands and bringing in an Eagles run. An infield single for Josh Stalcup, and now the catcher, Hamilton Anderson. Tyler Cleveland working out of the windup with the bases loaded. 2 away here in the top of the first. A walk, a hit by pitch, and now an infield single have loaded the bases for Forrest Herman's Eagles. Thank you for joining us here on Carshield Collegiate League TV on YouTube. Couldn't do it without you, and we truly do mean that. One and one the count on the left-handed swinging Hamilton Anderson out of Vianney High School. First team all-conference at Vianney, a state championship back in 2018 for the Griffins as he swings and misses. And now one more strike away is Tyler Cleveland from getting out of this first inning. A 2-2 count to Hamilton Anderson. The kick and the pitch. Breaking ball in there, strike three. Backdoored him with a slider. And Tyler Cleveland strands the bases loaded. The Eagles are held off the scoreboard. In the top of the first, Hoots coming to bat in the bottom of the first. No score. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. Code Ninjas O'Fallon is located on the Deerberg Shopping Center at Deer Creek Crossing at 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon at the intersection of Highways K and N. Kids ages 7 through 14 will learn how to code by building small video games with the help of sensei instructors. They will start at white belt and go all the way to black belt. Come in today for a free 30-minute session to try it out. Kids have fun and parents see results. Head to codeninjas.com/mo-o'fallon or call 636-851-9634. Code Ninjas. Kids have fun and parents see results. Hoots coming to bat here in the bottom of the first. Take you through their lineup. Evan Martin will lead things off. Luke Lampros hitting second. Chase Krogman hitting third. Matt Dunham hitting fourth. Colin Bergman hitting fifth. Tyler Bastunas hitting sixth. Dominic Cusimano seventh. Matt Staker eighth. And Ty Stouse rounds out the order in ninth as Evan Martin chops that one to the right side on to first. Not in time. The throw is behind the pitcher, Michael Hoffman. And an infield single for the speedy center fielder, Evan Martin. He was first pitch swinging. Chopped that to the right side. Josh Stallcup made the play and tossed it over to Hoffman, who was a little behind him. Martin would have beat that hit out anyway. And Michael Hoffman will contend with a runner on base and nobody out. As Luke Lampros squares around a bunt, but he misses it for strike one. Lampros serving as a designated hitter this evening. John Stallcup holding Evan Martin over at first. The speedy center fielder on after the leadoff single. Michael Hoffman deals, and it's popped up on the infield. And the shortstop, Noah Jacobson, will take it for out number one. Lampros goes down. He's 0 for 1, and that brings in the right fielder this evening. Minor leaguer for the Chicago White Sox organization, Chase Krogman. '34th round MLB draft pick, right out of high school, 19 years old. Hoffman throws a breaking ball down and away to Krogman. Krogman on the young season, 4 for 9. A double and a triple. He scored a run, has been hit by a pitch in his first 3 games here in the Carshield Collegiate League. Hitting in a 2-0 count here, make that 3-0. Chase Krogman out of Wentzville Liberty High School, standout center fielder. Did some pitching as well, throws very hard. Playing outfield in the Chicago White Sox organization. And he works a 4-pitch walk. Evan Martin heads down to second with 1 away. Hoffman still looking for the double play as he will work to Matt Dunham with runners on first and second and 1 away here in the bottom of the first. Eagles left the bases loaded in the top of the first. And now the Hoots threatening here in the bottom half. And that brings in the St. Louis Billiken, Matt Dunham. Now 5 straight balls from Michael Hoffman. Dunham originally of Jefferson College. Will take his talents to the A-10 St. Louis Billikens. 1-0 pitch from Hoffman. Up in the zone, 2-0. 6 straight balls off the left arm of Michael Hoffman. Hoffman worked 2 innings of 4-run ball against the Gems on last Wednesday. Eagles' first ball game. Couple of hits, couple of walks. He gets the start for Forrest Herman's Eagles here this evening. And a 2-1 count against the left-handed swinging powerful first baseman, Matt Dunham. The 2-1, up and in, ball 3. No scores. We play here in the bottom of the first. Colin Bergman on deck. Evan Martin out at second. Chase Krogman at first. Very good speed on the base pass for the Hoots. The Hoots picked up their first win last night. 1-2 on the young season as Dunham works a walk, and he'll head over to first, and the bases will be loaded for another St. Louis Billiken, Colin Bergman.
Not a good start on the mound, so we'll see if he can't turn it around.
Each team has now loaded the bases here in the first inning. See if the Hoots can come through against the left-hander Michael Hoffman.
Good chance to turn it around, and a lot of factors go into lack of command. Obviously, pitcher's not been throwing for a while in competition. We've talked about that, the transition to turf if you potentially don't have the same footing and different chemistry. But good faith in the left-hander to turn it around.
He's 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning. If he can roll a double play off the bat of Colin Bergman, as Bergman rips that one foul. Jumped all over that first pitch from Hoffman.
I think the command will eventually start to pick back up, but I think now pitchers getting back into it, it's understandable, Shane, isn't it?
That's usually one of the last things that comes around when you have a long layoff like we just had, almost 4 months. As that pitch from Hoffman misses up and away, 1-1 to the left fielder, Colin Bergman. Making his 4th start out in left field. 1 for 8 in the first 3 ball games for Joe Lincoln's Hoots. 1-1 from Hoffman, drops in there for strike 2. And Bergman in a 1-2 count. Base is full of Hoots. Martin at third, Krogman at second, Dunham at first. The 1-2. Breaking ball gets away. Count goes even at 2 balls and 2 strikes to the left fielder in St. Louis Billiken, Colin Bergman. Out of Weldon Spring, Missouri. CBC graduate awaits the 2-2 from Michael Hoffman. Breaking ball just missed for ball 3. Bergman 5 starts as a freshman this spring for the Billikens. Nowhere to put Bergman. Here comes the 3-2 from Hoffman. Ball 4. 3 straight walks have brought in a run, and the Hoots lead at 1-0 as Evan Martin comes across to score. The command not all that great for Hoffman here in the first inning. 3 walks and a hit by Pitt, or 3 hit walks in a row. And that brings in a run. Colin Bergman picks up the RBI. Evan Martin scores the run. As Forrest Herman has a chat with his left-handed starting pitcher. Base is still loaded. And 1 away. And Tyler Bastunas will be the next to hit. So 1 RBI for Colin Bergman. He drives in, or walks in the first run of the ball game. Works a full count and works the walk. And that brings in the shortstop out of Timberland High School, Tyler Bastunas.
Yeah, Forrest Herman was having a word with the left-hander saying, hey, let's get back in the zone, give your fielders a shot. We're all trying to work here and get better, and let's see how you can respond. Let's see what you got here.
That pitch gets away from him. Hoffman, command evading him a little bit here in the first inning. But he can erase all that if he can roll a double play right here. Here comes the 1-0. Breaking ball in there, strike
Nice.
1. Maybe that pitch will get him going.
Sometimes a good breaking ball can get things going, and that was a nice bender right there, right sharp, right into the strike zone. Sometimes that can get your mechanics back going.
See what he goes to. 1-1 to Bastunas. Another breaking ball. And that's chopped foul. 1-2 count to the Hoots shortstop. And the SIUE Cougar, Tyler Bastunas. 8 games played, 29 at-bats for the Cougars this spring. The 1-2. Popped up in the shallow right. Couple of Eagles converging, and it's the shortstop, or the second baseman rather, Leaper, who makes the catch, and that'll go down as a sac fly as Krogman comes across to score. An RBI for Bastunas, and it's 2-0. Peyton Leaper went out and made a nice running catch, but his momentum taking him away from the infield. Chase Krogman recognized that, tagged up from third, and all runners advance. And now the left-handed swinging second baseman, Dominic Cusimano, out of Indiana State. 2-0 Hoots after the sac fly by Tyler Bastunas. And still runners on second and third with 2 away. Michael Hoffman trying to keep this first inning from getting away from him and get the final out here. 2-0 the count on Cusimano. in the dirt, 3-0. Nice block there by Hamilton Anderson behind the plate. A lot of pitches for Hoffman here in the first inning. And a 3-0 count against the left-handed swinging Cusimano. Matt Staker, the third baseman, on deck. And a 4-pitch walk to Cusimano, the 4th walk issued by Hoffman this inning. And that'll load the bases once again. Now for Matt Staker. Bases full of Hoots once again. Dunham on third, Bergman at second, Cusimano at first. RBI walk for Bergman, a bases loaded walk, and then the sac fly by Tyler Bastunas that brought in both runs for the Hoots here in the bottom of the first. And now the bases loaded and 2 away for Matt Staker. Breaking ball in there, strike 1. 8th Hoot to come to the plate here in the first. Just 2 runs across, but the bases loaded and 2 away. 1-1 from Michael Hoffman. Breaking ball, another good one in there, strike 2. 1-2 the count to the third baseman, Matt Staker. Big pitch coming here from Hoffman here in the first inning. Here's the 1-2. Another breaking ball. He went with 3 straight breaking balls, and he strikes out Matt Staker to end the inning. The Hoots played a couple. We've played one here in the final game of today's triple header. 2-0 Hoots as we head to the second. This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Top of inning number 2, a 2-0 Hoots lead as they played a couple in the bottom of the first. Tyler Cleveland works to Kenny Piper to lead things off here in the top of the first, or top of the second rather. Bottom of the Eagles order, Piper, Bauer, and Jones due up for Forrest Herman's squad. First pitch missed away, 1-0. Here comes the 1-0 delivery. Swung on and missed. A slider. That sidearm action makes that slider that much more devastating out of the right arm of Tyler Cleveland, who worked a scoreless top of the first, stranded the bases loaded. And that's roped into left field by Piper, and Colin Bergman, a sliding catch. Fine play by the Slew Billiken out in left field for the first out. Piper put a good swing on that one, but Colin Bergman makes the catch for the first out. And that brings in the designated hitter, Jacob Bauer. Jacob Bauer from right here in O'Fallon, Fort Zumwalt West High School graduate. Hits with nobody on and one away here in the top of the second. Final game of today's triple-header. We had a game at noon, game at 5:30, and now the nightcap between the Hoots and the Eagles. That's chopped to the right side. Easy play there for Matt Dunham for out number 2. Couple of quick outs here for Tyler Cleveland here in the top of the second. And to the bottom of the order we go in Jalen Jones. Playing center field for the Eagles tonight, hitting 9th. 2 away, nobody on, top of the second. Turning into a beautiful night for baseball. Had a few raindrops earlier this afternoon, but nothing since then as Jalen Jones grounds out to second. A 5-pitch inning for Tyler Cleveland. We head to the bottom of the second. Hoots still on top, 2-0. Ty Stouse will get things started for the Hoots here in the bottom half of the second. They nearly batted around. 8 men came to the plate. They just scored a couple of runs. And Michael Hoffman will head back out for his second inning of work.
And if something with this last name and hitting baseballs holds true today, we could see some more bombs. Wade Stouse, 2 home runs today. What's in the blood? Maybe something else is good for Ty.
Big swing on the first pitch. And a foul ball over our heads. Off the bat of Ty Stouse. Well, those 2 home runs by Wade Stouse seem like an eternity ago, don't they? Earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, back a couple games ago, earlier this afternoon, like you said, Shane, but a couple of absolute bombs to center field. Let's see if his little brother Ty can't do the same, as he has some absolute power too.
The power runs in the Stouse family, that's for sure.
They both rake. You can't even deny that, as you saw that firsthand from the bombs from Stouse. They both have great strength. Both swing it from the left side. They're pretty similar hitters, pretty similar players, catchers, going to SEMO. I mean, you see a lot of the similarities there, and maybe we'll see a similarity in the stat line. 2 home runs, tough to live up to, but
that's tough to follow up the older bro.
We'll see what he can do.
He set the tone. Stouse will try to deliver anything he can here in an 0-2 count against Michael Hoffman. And he looks at ball 1, 9-1-2. Here in the Hoots order, the top of the order, Evan Martin and Luke Lampros will follow Ty Stouse here in the bottom of the second. 2-0, Hoots lead it. A walk and then a sacrifice fly with the bases loaded. Brought in the only runs of the ball game. And the 1-2 coming from Hoffman. This is down and away, 2-2. We talked about how talented these brothers are. There's a reason they're both playing in the Ohio Valley Conference. There's a reason they're going to be teammates for the Red Hawks at Southeast Missouri State.
No doubt.
A 2-2 count here to tie Stouse as he fouls that one straight back. Count stays even at 2-2 to the left-handed swinging catcher. Both these catchers swing the bat left-handed. Obviously right-handed in the field. And the 7th pitch of the at-bat coming here to Ty Stouse. Down and away in the dirt.
Why obviously right-handed? You've never seen a left-handed catcher, Shane?
You see it in softball more often than in baseball. It happens in Little League.
Little League, yeah.
Little League.
Those left-handed catchers, mitts, they'll go for a lot. Don't ask me why I know.
I think we all know the answer to that question. The 3-2 to Ty Stouse misses away, and he works an 8-pitch walk to lead off the bottom of the second. Already 5 walks surrendered by Michael Hoffman. And back to the top of the order we go. Evan Martin led off with an infield single. In the center field tonight, Chase Krogman moving over to right field. And the speedy center fielder hits with a runner on first and nobody out.
Great Division I talent at the plate.
SIU Carbondale, Saluki. 6'1", 175 pounds. As a redshirt freshman this spring, 9 for 21. Double and a home run. Talented outfielder for Joe Lincoln's Hoots, hitting in the leadoff spot here this evening.
Yeah, that mark he was hitting in the season was one of the best in the country for freshmen at the time the season got disrupted.
Originally out of Parkway South High School. The 0-2, breaking ball in the dirt. Evan Martin with a runner on first after the 8-pitch leadoff walk by Ty Stouse. Michael Hoffman in a 1-2 count against Evan Martin. Outside corner just missed, 2-2. Luke Lampros, the designated hitter, on deck. Going to be tough to turn 2 against Martin. The 2-2 coming from Hoffman. Swung and fouled into the Eagles bullpen. Catch made in the bullpen down there by Austin Trosser, as he is getting loose for the Eagles down in the bullpen. Hard throwing right-hander. A 2-2 count to Evan Martin.
He looked.
Make it 3-2.
Trosser looked pretty good last time.
He certainly did.
The Mizzou commit.
Long, lanky right-hander. Throws across his body. Warming up. In relief of Hoffman, the 3-2 runner goes, and ball 4. Make that 6 walks for Hoffman. Control abandoning Hoffman here in the early innings. And that brings in the Harris Stowe Hornet, Luke Lampros. At the St. Pius X High School, Chesterfield, Missouri. Currently at Harris Stowe State playing for the Hornets. One of several Harris Stowe Hornets in this league. His teammate Davey Pound as well, a member of the Hornets. Not in the lineup this evening. Along with Juan Griffin also. Saw him last night. He did a fantastic job last night.
Oh, yeah.
Shutting down that game.
He's looked good both times on the mound. Just one time he got help.
Took the L, and the Hoots 3-2 loss against the Cornbelters, but not of his own doing. And that's chopped to third, and that gets past the third baseman, Randazzo, and into left field. And Staus comes across to score on the error by Randazzo to make it 3-0. First error of the ball game results in a run for the Hoots. And still nobody out for the dangerous Chase Krogman. Ty Staus scores on the error. Evan Martin moves up to second. And Krogman hits that one to first, knocked down by Stallcup, and he'll take the easy out at first.
Still a productive at-bat there to get the runners to second and third, although the ground out.
And now, albeit 2 outs, an RBI chance for Matt Dunham. Base hit will likely score 2. That is the first out, my apologies. Could have been the second out. So runners on second and third for Matt Dunham. And 1 away here in the bottom of the second. Hoots already with a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, we talked about the scarcity of the Hoots offense after game 1 and through game 2, but now they're scoring a handful of runs early, getting a lot of at-bats, and taking advantage of the walks that have been issued by the left-hander.
6 walks by Hoffman, 4 in the first inning, 2 here in the second. Just 1 hit for the Hoots. And that was Evan Martin leading off the ball game with an infield single. 1-1 count here to the powerful first baseman, Matt Dunham. Swing, and he ropes one into right field. That'll score at least 1. Lampros will hold at third, and an RBI base hit for Matt Dunham extends the Hoots lead to 4-0. Nice piece of hitting there by Dunham, getting a pitch to his liking and putting a great swing on it and lacing it into right field.
Great stroke there by the left-hander. It's fun to watch him hit. He's more of a pull hitter, it seems like, by the way they shift him, Shane, but he strokes the ball pretty hard. When we see his gap-to-gap power, it's no reason why he was absolutely tearing it up at Jefferson College this season and a SLU commit.
Another SLU Billiken, Colin Bergman, fouls one back, made a nice sliding catch out in left field in the top of this inning. That was a 5-pitch second inning for Tyler Cleveland. Took all of about 2.5, 3 minutes. Now Bergman with runners on the corners and 1 away. Facing Michael Hoffman. Breaking ball fouled back for strike 2. Bergman walked with the bases loaded his first time up. Has an RBI. No official at-bat so far. Hitting an 0-2 count against the left-hander Michael Hoffman. Dunham on first, Lampros on third. Fouled away. So 2 runs in each of the first 2 innings so far for the Hoots. Still threatening here in the second against Michael Hoffman. Austin Trosser getting loose in the Eagles bullpen. And that's popped straight up behind the plate, and that'll get out of play, and we'll do it again. Couple of 0-2 foul balls, and Colin Bergman stays alive. Michael Hoffman looking for the strikeout or the double play to keep this deficit at 4. He has to get Colin Bergman here in an 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. Up and away. Still a good count here for Hoffman, 1-2. Matt Dunham leads off first after the RBI base hit. Long look by Hoffman. And the 1-2. Breaking ball lifted into shallow left. This could be trouble. It's falling, and an over-the-shoulder catch. What a catch by Noah Jacobson. It will bring in a run, but that's a heck of a defensive play by the shortstop, Noah Jacobson, over the shoulder. Second RBI for Bergman.
It doubled up. They said he
left early.
So that's the end of the inning.
Wow, a double play ends the inning. Couple of runs do come across for the Hoots as we head to the top of the third. Joe Lincoln has a word with the home plate umpire. We'll head to the top of the third, 4-0. Hoots will send it to Will Connerly right after this.
This inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco Recycling has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap, metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly here with you on CarShield Collegiate League TV on YouTube. Thanks for joining in on us. As Cleveland throws a nice breaking ball to retire Randazzo to start off the third inning. Now Damian Henderson will step into the box. The left fielder will see what he can do as the Eagles have themselves in a 4-run deficit after the Hoots offense has been pretty impressive tonight, and they've taken advantage of some walks from the Eagles left-hander. First pitch missed low and away from Cleveland, the right-hander. As Cleveland comes set. Kicks and delivers. This pitch is hit to the left side. Foul out of play. 1-1 strike. And one away as Randazzo started off this inning with a strikeout. Cleveland got him swinging. Now Henderson, who swings it from the left side and throws it from the left side. We alluded to it earlier. Touched 96 miles an hour off the mound. Pretty impressive stuff the other day in the CarShield Collegiate League. 1-1 strike, the offering. Pitch taken for strike two. 1-2 strikes. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly, Charlie Bornoff here with you. CarShield Collegiate League TV. Thanks for joining us here on the top of the third inning. It's been a full jam-packed day of baseball, and we love to bring it to you. Tyler Cleveland walks around the mound as that's a strike three look-in. Breaking ball breaks right into the strike zone and backdoors the left-hander, set down on strikes to start off the third inning. Back-to-back Ks, and now Peyton Leeper comes into the box. First pitch offering from Cleveland misses low. That pitch taken for strike one by the left-handed hitting Leaper. We're glad you've joined us today on this beautiful, hot Monday on the 6th day of July. We hope you all had a wonderful 4th of July. Got to celebrate the holiday. I have an off day in the Car Shield Collegiate League. And likewise, we're getting ready to really run headfirst into this season with you guys. In this jam-packed marathon of a schedule, more like a sprint every single day coming out here for every team, 6 teams, 30 games each, and obviously a lot of fluidity. We'll try to keep up with you in the Car Shield Collegiate League with the rosters, the different acquisitions, rule changes, and everything to adhere to the player safety protocols that have been put in measure all across the country to keep people safe. But also, we want to keep people safe on the developmental side in terms of how much they're going to be throwing and how much they're going to be involved in activity, because that's one thing you want to look at when you're bringing sports back is how can the players get back to where they were in an efficient and effective manner in the terms of injury prevention, specifically for pitchers who maybe they haven't been throwing as much. And so it's important to look at things of that sort when you're looking about the logistics of coming back. So that's why you see the 7 innings in all of these games and the pitchers being closely monitored on the pitch count. And we've got some feedback on the social medias about how it is really important to keep care of these arms, and all of these very successful coaches in this league know that as well, and they've been keeping track of pitch counts as Cleveland was on the mound, but the umpire deemed time to Leaper. But now back in the box with a 2-ball, 2-strike count. That pitch missed low, so now the count runs full to Leaper. Had our first tie earlier here in Car Shield Collegiate League action, a 5-5 draw, but Spencer Nivens saved it. As this ball's hit to the right side, Dunham comes off for a sec, gets back to the bag, and Cusimano makes the play. So quick work, a couple Ks, 1, 2, 3. Cleveland sets down the side. We send it to break. You're watching CCL TV. Hoffman had some walks, and now Trosser gets into the game. The Mizzou commit on the mound, relieving Hoffman. Hoffman struggled with some command, going 2 innings in this one. And now Trosser takes the mound, and the first fastball's missed upstairs.
Electric arm. Austin Trosser throws across his body, long, lakey. Hides the ball very well. Tough to pick up from a right-handed hitter.
So Trosser on the mound and Bastunas, the shortstop, at the dish. 1-1 strike as that pitch is taken for strike 2. Nice fastball on the corner. A ball and 2 strikes to the shortstop, Tyler Bastunas. And that pitch is fouled out of play to the right side. Trosser, the right-hander, plans to take his talents to Mizzou. The 1-2 pitch. On the outside corner, not called strike 3, so that will run the count to 2 strikes as he faces Tyler Bastunas to lead off the bottom of the 3rd inning. The right-hander kicks, and the curveball is fouled back to the screen. Fatima High School, legit fastball featured from Austin Trosser. Efficient mechanics, we kind of talked about it the other night, uses his body well and taking his talents to the SEC next year. 2 strikes. And that fastball gets him rung up. Tyler Bastunas looking nice inside fastball on the 2-strike pitch.
That's just excellent trust in your stuff coming right after Bastunas. Not afraid to throw a ball in the strike zone with 2 strikes. He knows he can get it by him. Got him looking right there.
So now Dominic Cusimano comes. Trosser, the 0-1 pitch is taken low. Staker, the 3rd baseman, is in the box with a 1-1 count. Staker struck out swinging back in the 1st inning. Swings through that nasty breaking ball. Now a ball and 2 strikes with 2 away. 1-2 strikes, 2 outs. As Trosser kicks. That ball's chopped away to the left side. Been impressed with the young right-hander early on in this season. Had featured some nice stuff. He'll try to retire the side. It pulls away on the fastball. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Staker, the 3rd baseman, hitting for this Hoots squad in the bottom of the 3rd, who have a 4-0 lead. And the 2-2 pitch is hit to left field. Foul and out of play towards the bullpen. Strike 3 in a nice 1-2-3 inning with a couple of Ks for Trosser. We send it to the 4th. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League TV. This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can call Interco Recycling. The number is 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Melotronics recycler since 1996. So Mr. Cleveland will work here in the top of the fourth inning. Jacobson, Stallcup, and Anderson, the hitters for the Eagles, who trail 4-0, have just scattered one hit tonight off of the right-hander. First pitch hit to the right side, and it's going to be out of play. It was the shortstop Jacobson last time at the plate, struck out swinging.
Ever since that 2-out base hit by John Stallcup in the first inning, 7 straight retired for Tyler Cleveland.
So the shortstop Jacobson in the box. The 0-1 pitch coming from Cleveland. The breaking ball missed away. 1 ball, 1 strike. On deck is John Stallcup. The backstop for Forrest Herman's lineup, who deployed the bullpen in a very effective Austin Trosser last inning, getting a couple of strikeouts, retiring the side in order. He's taking his talents to Mizzou next season as Cleveland's working with 2 balls and a strike. Nice pitch on the inside corner. With 2 balls and 2 strikes to the shortstop. Here in the top of the fourth inning, Hoots have a 4-0 lead over the Eagles as the offense scored a pair in the bottom of the first and second. So that breaking ball misses low. Cleveland likes going to that breaking ball against the right-handers, especially out and away when he gets ahead. But the hitters have been patient in laying off, especially Jacobson in this at-bat, as the count swells up to 3 balls and 2 strikes. That ball's hit to Bastunas. The shortstop throws it strongly across the diamond to Dunham, and that will be the first out. So he works a full count in the at-bat, but ultimately grounds out to Bastunas, who makes a nice play to throw it over to Dunham to retire the first hitter here in the fourth inning as John Stallcup walks up to the dish.
8 straight now retired by Cleveland. He's really settled nicely into this ball game. Reason he's out there for his 4th inning.
He's been efficient and effective, and the big reason why is we've seen he's been able to get ahead of these hitters, and that's really bodes well for starting pitchers to go deeper into ball games as the first baseman John Stallcup comes to the plate. John Stallcup, former Webster Groves High School catcher and third baseman, took his talents to SIUE, was having a nice season this past spring in his freshman campaign. As he takes the first pitch for ball 1, swings through the breaking ball. So a ball and a strike, 1 away as Noah Jacobson grounded out to the shortstop to lead off this inning. But Shane Holsey, you mentioned it, Cleveland is on a roll.
He's had that slider working that, I'm not sure if it's a slider or a slur, but it's got some nasty horizontal break on it.
Yeah, it's more of that. It has more of that sweeping action, and it's interesting when a guy throws it from the 3-4 slot. You typically want to call that a slider, but also because of the sweeping action and the depth that it has, a lot of times those misses will be low, which is typically where you want to miss with a breaking ball rather than hanging it. So it's really sharp, as you mentioned. As that's a broken bat for Stallcup. Cleveland gets off the mound quickly. It's going to need a bare hand play, and Dunham can't scoop it up, as that was kind of in the no man's land between the third baseman, pitcher spot, and shortstop area. Eventually, Staker came up. He had to barehand it to even have a chance, but the throw isn't corralled by Dunham, so Stallcup gets on an infield single.
And you really said it. It's kind of no man's land. Does the pitcher Cleveland go after it? Does he let his third baseman try to come in and make a play? That's a split-second decision that you got to make right in the moment. It's a difficult one, but I think it was the right one there. Try to let your third baseman come in and make a play. Always hard for a pitcher going away to try to turn his body and throw to first. Not an easy play. The third baseman a little more used to fielding slow ground balls like that.
Hamilton Anderson now in the box. The catcher struck out looking to end the first inning. As Cleveland, like we mentioned, his retired streak ends as he has to go to the stretch and work with a runner on base in John Stallcup.
First time he's worked from the stretch in a while.
As Hamilton Anderson's at the plate. Takes that pitch low, a ball and a strike. 1 out and 1 aboard for the left-handed hitting catcher Hamilton Anderson. 6'3", 200. The freshman went to St. John Vianney High School. The first-team all-conference player, and of course they won a state title when he was there in 2018 as this ball's popped up. Foul territory. The third baseman Staker catches that one in foul territory for the second out of this fourth inning. And Kenny Piper will come up, the right fielder. As Cleveland now has 2 outs, just 1 pitch away from stranding the runner at first base, John Stallcup. Cleveland has worked sharp. He's just scattered a couple hits, one of them being the infield single to John Stallcup. As Piper comes to the box. Piper attends Columbia College, the 5'10 junior. Hails from Florissant, Missouri. And at Columbia College, he absolutely tore it up. Finished with a .425 average in 2020. Started all 21 games as a junior for the Cougars. Hit 9 home runs in just that short time span with 31 hits. An NAIA All-American honorable mention last season in 2019, where he belted 12 home runs, was the AMC Freshman of the Year in 2018. Now in the box with a 1-0 count and 2 away. And his Eagles only scattered 2 hits tonight. One of them being John Stallcup, who's on first, and they trail 4-0. See if they can't get any offense going against the right-hander. That ball's hit towards the right side, towards right field. Krogman's camping under it and catches that for the third out. We send it to the bottom frame of the fourth. Hoots up 4-0. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League TV. Ty Stouse, Evan Martin, Luke Lampros will face Austin Trosser. Trosser had a very effective inning last time out here in his second inning of work in relief of Hoffman. As it's 4-0 here in the bottom of the fourth inning, Hoots come to the dish. They scored a pair in the bottom of the first and the bottom of the second and lead 4-0. As the left-handed hitters, Ty Stouse will come to the plate. And his brother Wade Stouse had a day hitting a couple of 2-run home runs, both of which at the time gave the Falcons the lead, both of which were also way gone past center field.
Very similar locations, straightaway center.
A nice running changeup to get Stouse on the swing and miss from Trosser. We mentioned going to Mizzou. Played formerly for the Recruits Baseball Club, was trained under the direction of Todd Stein. As that breaking ball catches the outside corner for strike two.
Trosser's one of the more impressive arms we've seen. We've been talking about it during the break. Uses every pound of that thin frame, long, lanky right-hander. Very efficient mechanics, gets everything out of his body.
And he throws the ball hard. Upper 80s, low 90s easily from the right-hander, as it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ty Stouse in the box, and he swings and misses. A healthy hack, but a great pitch from Trosser. The 3rd strikeout for Trosser in an inning of 3rd of work. And now Evan Martin will come to the plate. He features 3 pitches he can throw for strikes. He's showcased he likes to climb the ladder with that fastball, has a very tight breaking ball, and then has shown that changeup a couple times in the strike zone that runs arm side. Much more effective against the left-handed hitters, which he utilized against Stouse. We'll see what he does against Martin.
A lot of lefties in this Hoots lineup as well.
As Martin hacks at the first pitch. Evan Martin was having a great season. The 6'1", 175-pound red shirt freshman. Swinging it from the left side. Went to Parkway South. He takes that pitch for a ball and a strike with 1 away after Trosser started the inning getting Ty Stouse to swing for strike 3. Nice pitch on the black for strike 2. A ball and 2 strikes.
To go along with that velocity, excellent command of all 3 of those pitches.
As Trosser delivers the 1-2 pitch. And Martin spoils the breaking ball out of play. Martin had a double and a home run as a redshirt freshman for SIU. Went 9 for 21 in this young season, as we were talking about earlier. It's one of the top marks for freshmen as another swing and a miss. Trosser is lighting it up. Another strikeout this inning. Has 4 strikeouts and he's gotten 5 outs. And now Lampros comes to the plate. Carvin tonight.
Impressive stuff from the right-hander. Really keeping the Eagles in this game as well.
Yeah, just a 4-run deficit. Very important when you have that deficit to not make it get any bigger, especially when you bring in a relief pitcher who can hold you off a couple innings where you try to work that starting pitcher more, get him out of the game, get to the bullpen, especially when someone has been working very efficiently like Cleveland on the other side for Joe Lincoln has been tonight.
We saw Ryan Foley earlier for the Cavemen came in with a 1-run deficit, 3 scoreless innings, and then after the Cavemen took the lead, worked another scoreless frame.
As Trosser gets ahead on Lampros, the designated hitter for the Hoots. And the 0-1 pitch, the breaking ball missed upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 away. Chase Krogman stands in the on-deck circle as Lampros, the right-handed hitting designated hitter, awaits. That pitch is fouled away to the right side. One ball and 2 strikes. As Trosser delivers the pitch. Strike 3. He strikes out the side.
What a job,
and Trosser, efficient and effective tonight. 3 strikeouts, strikes out the side, all of them swinging, and has 5 strikeouts tonight as we send it to the 5th. You're watching CCL TV. This inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. That's www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mechatronics recycler since 1996. New arm into the game, Jamie Young. Now on the mound, we've seen him be the designated hitter for Joe Lincoln, but now Joe Lincoln deploys the right-hander on the hill. Here in the top of the 5th inning, trying to hold on to this 4-run cushion that the Hoots have over the Eagles. 4-0 they lead here in the top of the 5th. Jacob Bauer, Jalen Jones, and Steven Randazzo due up here in the top of the 5th inning. Pitch missed upstairs. We're talking about during the break, there are some very talented arms in this league, but also something to think about is sometimes you see a smooth dichotomy of some very talented arms, but then some arms that you wonder how much they've been throwing or how much of the fact that when that could be one of the issues is how much are guys going to be able to throw in this league as well. And so you get some very talented arms, but they may need to have their usage limited because they haven't been training in capacity for full game situations yet, as 4 straight balls to Jacob Bauer to lead off the 5th inning as Jacob Bauer reaches base on the bases on balls, and Jalen Jones comes to the box.
And if you're a fan of pitching, some of these pitchers might not be going more than 3 or 4 innings, but these teams are rolling out quality arm after quality arm out of the bullpen. So if you're a fan of pitching, especially young, talented, promising pitching, you're going to enjoy this league.
Oh, you're going to enjoy this league no matter what because there's just players all over. You could Tate Matheny and Chase Krogman and many other players who've played at the professional level that are getting involved with this league. And obviously we talked about how the rosters have been fluid and players coming in and out of this unique situation that we've been in. It's a great opportunity for these players to refine their craft and work on things and work on their skills. So I definitely agree in that regard, and I've been very impressed with how sharp some of the pitchers have been. It definitely shows that they've taken advantage of some of the time off that they haven't been able to potentially compete in that situation. As Young gets at the right-hander, gets ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jalen Jones, who grounded out last time at the plate. He's 0 for 1. The breaking ball misses low, so that runs the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. The runner at first, Jacob Bauer, reached on 4 straight balls to lead off the top of the 5th inning.
And you talk about those pitchers putting in work during their free time. We've seen plenty of, we follow a lot of these players on social media, and we've seen a bunch of videos of them just throwing, whether it be at a batting cage or a training facility or in their backyard at their high school field, whatever it is. These pitchers have found a way to get in work during this time.
Yeah, and we were talking with Kiesel before the Falcons game this morning, and Kiesel talked about how he's had a lot of his guys still throwing, still following protocols. Obviously, it was a situation where they weren't sure maybe when things were going to happen, but they were all ready to throw, and now they're working towards getting ready to play for their schools this fall. So they've been using that programming, and Forrest talked about as well. It gets to show who's been able to put in work during this unique time and who's been able to have some improvements with their craft on the pitching side, but then also on the offensive side, who's been able to maintain that hand-eye coordination and that velocity on the fastball. So it's been cool to see as Joe Lincoln pays a visit to the mound after a couple of walks from Jamie Young.
And just for Young, just a chance to get him. This is the first time he's been on the mound this summer. First time in at least a few months he's been able to pitch on a live mound. So jitters maybe getting him a little bit. Probably the heat's probably playing a factor in that as well. Ball might be a little slippery. He just needs to bear down here, make a good pitch. Maybe drop a breaking ball in there. He's showed a good breaking ball. He's thrown a couple of good ones here in these first couple hitters. Just needs to keep the ball down in the zone and work himself a ground ball.
As Young comes set, And the pitch missed upstairs for ball one. To the third baseman, Steven Randazzo led off this game, reaching on the free pass from the left-hander. And struck out swinging in the third as Cleveland went 4 innings. Looked pretty good tonight.
Very solid, very solid.
Gave his team a shot. Put in a good opportunity right now in the top of the 5th inning. But the Eagles.
A little bit of a shaky first inning, but really just settled in after that. Retired 8 straight at one point and was really solid all night.
Check swing. Young goes over to get it, flips it over to the first baseman, Dunham, and that's going to be an out. Runners do advance, so it works as a swinging bunt, works as a well-executed bunt as the runners get to advance now in scoring position.
Maybe not how you draw it up, but that doesn't go down as a sacrifice in the book, but it does on the field. And now a base hit and cut this deficit in half.
Yeah, but we were talking about Cleveland promising stuff to go 4 innings and build up that pitch count and things of that sort. So good job tonight, even though you talk about he had a couple of control problems in the first inning, worked out of it, limited the damage, and didn't allow anything to tumble, and then eventually got in a groove. And it was kind of cool for him to see to work efficiently and effectively in that manner. But here in the top of the 5th inning, Eagles have an opportunity as the left-handed hitting Damian Henderson comes up with a couple of runners in scoring position. That ball missed low. Stouse saves a run. With that blocked fastball in the dirt from Jamie Young, and a good job to block that ball. A lot of times those things go unnoticed. We talk about it a couple times. When you go down to sell out to block a ball, especially with a runner 90 feet away, you know you preserve that 0 for the Hoots in the scorebook.
And especially on this turf as well, going down there to block a fastball, it can skip on you very easily. It bounces a lot higher off this turf than it normally would, say, on regular dirt. So it makes it that much harder to block a fastball. You're not expecting a fastball to be in the dirt. You can expect a breaking ball, but you're not expecting a fastball to miss in the dirt. Yeah,
that's one of the hardest things for a catcher to do is get one of those fastballs low and pick it, because a lot of times you're not expecting that. You're trying to come up on a fastball so you can stick it to get that strike call from the umpire.
And a lot of times you'll see catchers just try to pick a fastball in there instead of going down to block it. As you go down to block it, that could shoot in either one of the dugouts, and with 2 runners on, could bring in 2 runs. You never know, especially on this turf as much as the ball bounces on this turf.
So Henderson up with a couple runners in scoring position. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away as Young works. And the breaking ball drops nicely into the strike zone. Tight 12-6 action on that curveball as it bends into the strike zone. And Henderson gets rung up for strike 3. That was tight on that curveball. He hasn't shown that yet, but dropped it in right when he needed to. And getting a big second out of this inning, now has an opportunity to strand a couple of those runners, both in scoring position for the Eagles, who have failed to score tonight.
We saw that big sweeping breaking ball from Cleveland. This one from Young, a little sharper, a little more downward action, more 12-6. Cleveland's a little more of the sweeping variety.
But this breaking ball gets away from him, so now the bases are loaded for Noah Jacobson, the shortstop.
Brings the tying run to the plate as well.
So interesting situation just like that. Still 1 pitch away, but now the tying run at the plate here in a 4-run ball game as Jamie Young came in relief of Cleveland, who went 4 innings, and now with the bases loaded and Noah Jacobson at the plate.
Don't forget, Jacobson hit a home run on Friday against the Falcons.
He hits this ball to the right side, and it's out of play. The shortstop, Noah Jacobson, like you mentioned, had a nice home run. We've seen some deep home runs, and I think that Wade Stouse home run challenges all of them. We saw the one from Matt Westfall to left field early on with the Gems, but the Wade Stouse one today may trump it all, especially because it was dead center.
Dead center, deepest part of the park. Cleared those trees fairly easily.
It was one of the most impressive things we've seen, besides of the fact Forrest Herman runs out as designated hitter and hits 96 miles an hour from the left side. But both of those things have been pretty nice. But now with the bases loaded, Eagles with an opportunity. As that ball's missed low, Ty Stouse with what way to sell out right there. As the fastball is spiked, but Ty Stouse saves another run.
That's the kind of effort Joe Lincoln's looking for out of his backstop. One of the main reasons Stouse is heading to SEMO. Very strong defensively. Excellent blocker, quick on his feet. It's one of the things that gets overlooked as a catcher, having quick feet, being able to shuffle those feet and get down and block a ball just like that. The reaction time is very, very minimal.
The base is full of Eagles, and this ball is popped up. Backtracking is the shortstop. Eventually catches it. Bastunas, he catches it deep out there in center field, but nonetheless, 3 runners stranded for the Eagles. We send it to the bottom frame of the 5th. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Bottom of the 5th inning, Eagles trail by 4 runs. Looking to hold on to it is the new pitcher into the game, Logan Bexton. Logan Bexton, William Woods, 5'11", junior from Fatima, Westphalia, Missouri. And last time out, went 2 innings, got the victory. Surrendered 3 hits, just 1 run, and struck out 3 in 2 innings of work against the Falcons on Friday. And now the right-handers called upon again. Try to keep this deficit where it's at 4 runs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Chase Krogman, Matt Dunham, Colin Bergman here in the bottom of the 5th inning, due up for the Hoots. Krogman fouls the first pitch to the left side. 0-1 is the count. The delivery from Bexton. The breaking ball called for strike 2. Bexton in a favorable count to start off his evening out of the bullpen. That pitch is missed low. The fastball is spiked. Bexton joined the William Woods Owls after 2 years at State Fair Community College. In his sophomore campaign, he tallied 5 wins and had a 3.38 ERA. Finished the season with 46 strikeouts and 64 innings pitched as that ball's chopped to the first baseman Stallcup. He flips it over to the pitcher Bexton, but a little miscommunication, and Bexton seems to be shaken up there. It's going to be an infield single as the trainer goes to tend to Bexton. A tough play right there. Stallcup shoveled it over. But Krogman does reach on the single. We hope that Bexton's all right. It looks like He's tending to that right hamstring with the trainer, getting over to that bag, and I believe it could have occurred when Stallcup fielded the ball on that stretch.
He was grabbing the back of his right leg. That's never a good sign. At least he's up and walking around. Walking a little gingerly, but at least under his own power.
And we're going back to watch the replay out here on the broadcast to see what happened. But Chase Krogman was up here leading off the bottom of the 5th inning, and Bexton got shaken up after trying to cover first base. John Stallcup, the first baseman, fielded it cleanly, but then Krogman beat it before the throw got there. And Chase Krogman reached base, so I believe they're going to enter a new pitcher into the ball game. Forrest Herman will deploy someone out of the bullpen after Bexton got shaken up. I'm sure they'll obviously give them time to enough time they need to get loose and whatnot. As they're trying to sort those things out, we're going to take a timeout. We'll tell you the new pitcher coming back up next here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Hoops up 4-0. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Mr. James Shaw now on the mound. Had a 4.76 ERA at Harris Stowe, the NAIA school, 11 1/3 innings. 8 appearances all out of the bullpen, but this is a unique situation coming in probably when he wasn't expecting it. After Bexton came in, but got injured, only faced one hitter in Krogman. So he's responsible for Krogman, who's on first base. He reached via the infield single, but was hurt trotting over to first base and pulled something with his leg. It looked like no speculation on our end. We'll get confirmation at a later time, but now Shaw into the game. Harris Stowe is where he plays baseball as he's getting loose. Obviously, unique situation. In these instances, they give pitchers enough time to let their arms get warm so they can be as effective as they need to be off the mound. And also, it keeps the arm healthy. If you get hot too quick, obviously, everybody knows the bad effects of that. But coming up for the Hoots, it will be Dunham, Bergman, and Bastunas, the shortstop. So in the bottom of the 5th inning, Hoots look to add on a couple more runs against the right-hander from the Eagles, who plays his baseball at Harris Stowe State.
And always a tough situation. You weren't really expecting to go into the game. Maybe he was told maybe he was going to go in at some point, but you at least expect to throw some pitches in the bullpen before you come in. Now you got to throw your warm-up pitches out on the field while everybody's waiting for you.
Yeah, and one caveat to that is at least you get more pitches on the game mound, so you do get to feel it. And that would be interesting in respects where you're on the road or somewhere where that you're not familiar with. But Shaw's already been on this mound before, but still, it's something to think about with playing baseball. And when you're on the game mound, it's go time. It's you in the bullpen. Kind of that motto is we're 8 away. We're going to be 8 away. When a coach tells us something, I can throw 8 pitches in the bullpen. And then I can go, you get 8 on the game mound. So usually you don't get 100% hot. Like you don't get 100% ready to go when you're in the pen. You stay about 8 away. So when you do go into the game, you can use those 8 warm-up pitches as well. And so that was kind of our motto in the bullpen is 8 away. And so obviously this isn't a situation where he was 8 away. Some guys are like that where they can just stretch their arm and get ready to go. And they got kind of that rubber arm situation where they are always 8 away, but it's a good thing to think about when you are in the bullpen, and you do have to be on alert in a situation like this where you don't know when you're going to go in. It's contingent on many different factors: the score, how well the starting pitcher does, how many hitters in the other lineup are hitting from a certain side. So it's interesting to think about the life of a bullpen pitcher. In times like this, they really do bring it out more.
Sounds like you've had a lot of time to think about it.
You think so?
I think so. That's what it sounds like.
Too much time, it sounds like, as we're here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Again, Matt Dunham coming up for the Hoots. And Matt Dunham's been pretty impressive. Like the way he swings it from the left side, was tearing it up at Jeffco and now taking his talents into the Atlantic 10 Conference. Going to be a Billiken. The man to follow him as well as a current Billiken, Colin Bergman. So a couple of future teammates playing together here on the Hoots and hitting by each other in the order, something you might see here in St. Louis next season. 2 talented baseball players here in this area.
Beautiful ballpark SLU has as well. Played on that field a few times. Absolutely beautiful ballpark.
And a beautiful facility we have here at CarShield Field. The best around. Beautiful turf facility. As Shaw faces Dunham. Gets ahead on Dunham for strike 1. Again, the runner at first is Chase Krogman. He reached on an infield single as it was hit to John Stallcup, but he beat it out. Very speedy Krogman takes the lead. John Stallcup holding him on first base. And Dunham in the box, the 0-1 pitch. Painting the black is Shaw for strike 2.
It's 2 good pitches right out. Not having any warm-up pitches before heading out to the game mound. Painting a couple fastballs, getting him right into this ball game.
Looks efficient, and when you can command the blacks, it's hard for hitters to square anything up. Now the 0-2 tries to expand the zone. Dunham lays off.
He's got 3 straight fastballs, so he wants to go to the breaking ball. Dunham probably has timed that fastball up by now.
A ball and 2 strikes. Krogman takes off. They throw it down. But Krogman is gunned down trying to swipe second base. Good throw from Hamilton Anderson. Great pop time, especially on the breaking ball, to get the speedy Krogman trying to take second base.
That's one heck of a throw. Absolutely perfect throw on a breaking ball. That's what it took. Krogman, excellent speed on first. And he went with the breaking ball, and Anderson, it was up and away, so it already catching in a good throwing position. But it's a lot harder to get the ball out of your glove when the pitcher throws a curveball versus a fastball. But an absolutely perfect throw, and now a strikeout.
And now Bergman into the box after Dunham struck out. So Shaw comes up, after Bexton started the inning and Krogman reached off Bexton. He gets thrown out trying to steal second base, and then Dunham strikes out. And now Shaw has a 1-1 count to Colin Bergman, the left fielder, the St. Louis product. CBC High School, now St. Louis University. As that pitch is missed low and away for the Hoots, who scored 2 runs in the bottom of the first and also 2 in the bottom of the second. And they lead 4-0. That's all the scoring we've seen tonight here at CarShield Field. That ball is popped up to left field. Henderson is under it. He catches it. We're through 5. Set it to the 6. We send you to Shane Holsey. 4-0. Hoots on top. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League TV.
Set to begin the top half of the 6th. Jamie Young back out there for the Hoots. He will face 5, 6, and 7 in the Eagles order. Stallcup, Anderson, and Piper as he tries to preserve the shutout here in the top half of inning number 6. The Eagles kept off the scoreboard through 5 innings. They've stranded the bases loaded a couple of times and have yet to scratch across a run. Jamie Young's first pitch of the inning is fouled straight back. Stallcup, a couple of base hits, 2 for 2 on the evening so far. He has both of the Eagles' hits. Jamie Young out for his second inning of work. Worked a scoreless top of the 5th. Trying to do the same here in the top of the 6th. That pitch is in the dirt, 1-1 to the first baseman, John Stallcup. Plays a lot behind the plate at first base this evening for Forrest Herman's Eagles. Looking to try to come back and win their second game. Hoots trying to do the same as they hold on to a 4-0 lead, looking for their second win in a row after 2 straight losses. The 1-1, a breaking ball misses down low. And Stallcup now in a good count at 2-1. 4-run Hoots lead. No runs have been scored since the bottom half of the second. Hoots put up a couple in each of the first 2 innings, but nothing doing since for either ball club. 6 straight scoreless half innings since the bottom of the second. Just misses on the inside corner. Stallcup a good hitter's count. See if he can't pick up his 3rd hit of the ball game. Likely going to get a good pitch to hit here. Here comes the 3-1 from Young in the dirt. Stallcup works a leadoff walk, and the Eagles have a base runner as they try to get something started and try to cut into that 4-run deficit. Here playing their 3rd game here in the Carshield Collegiate League. After this ball game, each team will have played at least 3 games.
You holding up well, Shane?
We're holding up. 3rd ball game of the afternoon. We started late this morning. Got here about, a little after 10 o'clock, between 10 and 10:30. Did a game, went and got some food, now a couple more, and we're in the back half of this game with 2 innings to play, barring any extra innings.
We're talking with David Schmoll, and he said, so what's the protocol? Do you tell anyone you just aren't going to talk to them for about 30, 40 days? Just come to the ballpark, and how are you going to save your voice throughout all the other time? And we told him we'd be all right somehow. But here in the back half of this game, I think it's been interesting to see that the Hoots pitching has been pretty nice. And somebody in the comments earlier said they think the Hoots are the most favorable team in this league because of their pitching. Well, that's held true tonight, especially with Cleveland playing very well.
And that's chopped over to Dunham at first. They'll take the easy out. Stallcup advances to second on the ground out by Hamilton Anderson. So 1 away now for the right fielder, Kenny Piper. Hitting 7th in Forrest Herman's order. Another runner in scoring position for the Eagles and an RBI chance for Kenny Piper. Out of Columbia College, was absolutely tearing it up as a junior for the Cougars in 21 ball games this spring. Hitting at a .425 clip. 31 hits in 21 games. And of those 31 hits, 15 of them for extra bases. Actually, 17.
Oh, Chucky B, Chucky B.
Where did that come from?
I'm not sure.
We're just going to move on from that, pretend that never happened. Meanwhile, Kenny Piper in an 0-2 count and 1 away here in the 6th. The 0-2 from Young. Chopped to the left side and foul. As Kenny Piper goes down swinging. Second strikeout for Jamie Young. And the second out here in the top of the 6th as the Eagles try to get on the scoreboard. Jamie Young had a runner on second with 1 away after the ground out. Got a strikeout of Kenny Piper. And now the designated hitter, Jacob Bauer. He has reached base this game via the walk. 0 for 1 on the evening so far for Jacob Bauer, the designated hitter this evening. The 1-0 from Young. Fouled out of play. 2 away. Jamie Young trying to preserve the shutout and try to give the Hoots a chance to close out their second victory in a row. Runner on second, 2 away is John Stallcup. Another nice block there by Ty Stouse. He has been fundamentally sound behind the plate, showing why he is going to be a member of the Red Hawks at SEMO with his brother Wade. So Wade Stouse showing the prowess with the bat, and now Ty Stouse showing the prowess on the defensive end. Another pitch in the dirt, another nice block by Ty Stouse, and a 3-1 count here to Jacob Bauer. Trying to drive in a 2-out run and get the Eagles on the scoreboard. No runs scored since the bottom of the second. A couple of runs played of that inning by the Hoots, along with 2 in the first. That's been the lone scoring of the ball game. The pitchers have settled in since then. 4 scoreless for Tyler Cleveland, and now Jamie Young trying to work his second scoreless inning. Here comes the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Bauer goes down swinging. 2 scoreless innings for Jamie Young out of the bullpen. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Hoots trying to add on to their 4-0 lead. A reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601. 3601, or you can visit them on the web at itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. James Shaw out for his second inning of work. He'll face Tyler Bastunas to lead things off here in the bottom half of the 6th as the Hoots look to add on to their 4-0 lead. It'll be Bastunas, Cusimano, and Staker, 6, 7, and 8 in the Hoots order. And that's fouled straight back. Bastunas had a sac fly in the first inning on a pop-up to shallow right and struck out looking in the third. And that's chopped to the left side. On to get it is Randazzo on to first, and a nice play to begin the bottom half of the 6th. And that brings in the second baseman this evening for the Hoots, Dominic Cusimano, has reached base via the walk and grounded out to second. 0 for 1 on his line this evening. He was the only pitcher against Austin Trosser to put the ball in play. Trosser faced 6 batters and struck out 5. Cusimano, the only batter to put the ball in play on a ground out to second base. He hits in a 2-0 count here against James Shaw, the righty out of Harris Stowe. Came on in relief of Logan Bexton, who was injured on a play at first, on the first batter he faced, as Cusimano lifts that one into shallow left. Easy play there for Damian Henderson for out number 2. A quick 2 outs here for James Shaw here in the bottom of the 6th. And that brings in the third baseman, who struck out a couple of times tonight, Matt Staker. Staker out of Webster University. Started all 12 games for the Gorlocks before the shutdown. Out of El Cajon, California. The 0-1 from Shaw, just off the outside corner, 1-1. 463 on base. As a sophomore in 2019, started all 50 games, did Matt Staker. As that breaking ball gets away from Shaw. Drove in 37 runs in 2019 for the Gorlocks. First team All St. Louis Intercollegiate Athletic Conference in 2019. As he hits in a 2-2 count against the righty James Shaw, looking to work a 1-2-3 bottom of the 6th and turn things over to his offense in the top of the 7th. And he could do just that. Randazzo rounds it, fires to first, and a 1-2-3 bottom of the 6th for James Shaw. He works a couple of scoreless innings. And we head to the top of the 7th. Last chance for the Eagles coming up. 4-0 Hoots. On to try to close the door on this shutout for the Hoots is the left-hander out of the University of Central Arkansas, the Olathe, Kansas native Brady Walker. Walker has seen time here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Not the first time he's taken the mound here at Car Shield Field. Worked 2 scoreless innings against the Gems on Friday with 3 punch-outs. He'll look to preserve the shutout, and he'll have to deal with 9-1-2 when the Eagles order. Jalen Jones will lead things off Steven Randazzo, Damian Henderson to follow. One and 0 count on Jalen Jones. Reached base on a walk in the fifth. Grounded out to second in the second inning. And that's ripped in the left field. Bergman on his horse leaps and makes the catch. Nice play by Colin Bergman on the line drive shot to left by Jalen Jones. And back to the top of the order now, and Steven Randazzo. The Eagles still with just 2 hits. They've been stymied by this Hoots pitching. Both hits by John Stallcup. Other than that, nothing doing for the Eagles offense, as they've gone quiet here this evening. Third pitcher of the game for the Hoots. Tyler Cleveland worked 4 scoreless. Jamie Young, 2 scoreless innings. And now the left-hander Walker. Not a save situation. Hoots up by 4. Walker trying to preserve the shutout. Fouled away. Good pitch. Buried in on the hands of Steven Randazzo, who made a couple of nice plays over at third in the bottom of the 6th. Bookended the 3 outs of the inning. And now he hits with 1 away here in the 7th. 1-2 count. The lefty Brady Walker kicks and fires. Just off the inside corner, went with the fastball once again. Jammed him on the pitch before, decided to go back to it. Count back even at 2-2. Working quickly, Walker delivers a breaking ball, strike 3 called. 2 up, 2 down here in the 7th. Final hope for the Eagles, number 20, Damian Henderson in left field this evening. A couple of strikeouts to his name this evening. Reached on a free pass as well. As he looks at strike 1 on a breaking ball from Walker. Walker looking very sharp here in the top of the 7th. This Eagles offense struggling to get anything going against this Hoots pitching, and now they're down to their final strike. 0-2 count on the left fielder out of Cal State Bakersfield, Damian Henderson. As the center fielder Martin shades him to left field. Now strike 3 called. That'll do it. A 1-2-3 top of the 7th. And Brady Walker slams the door on the Eagles and clinches the shutout for the Hoots. They move to 2-2 with a 4-0 victory here in the nightcap. We'll be back shortly to wrap things up. Hoots win it 4-0. We'll be right back. A 4-0 victory for the Hoots. They win their second bowl game in a row. Improved to 2-2. They get back to 500. Eagles fall below 500 at 1-2. The line score for the Eagles: no runs, 2 hits, 1 error, 4 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Hoots in a pitcher's duel. There's 5 hits between these two ball clubs and a 4-0 victory. And Will, obviously, the story of this ball game was the pitching, especially out of the bullpen and the right arm of Tyler Cleveland, and then 2 innings by Jamie Young. And then Brady Walker looked very impressive in the 7th as well, but can't overlook the Eagles pitching as well.
The Eagles pitching looked good. We kind of talked about it during the broadcast. Trosser was nice out of the bullpen, but the Hoots, it's good to talk about their victory. 2 victories in a row for the Hoots, and we're hooting and hollering now.
Fans are a hooting and a hollering, and we'll be hooting and hollering again tomorrow. 1 ball game at noon. We hope to see you there. Hope you can join us. Thank you for joining us here on this edition of Car Shield Collegiate League. Baseball, just 1 game at noon. Tomorrow, we'll see you then. Have a great night, and stay safe, everybody.
Chucky B.